You're not breathing. You're just under his spell. Welcome, cursed ones.
Good evening, everyone. It's your worst nightmare and dream come true. I'm Adrian Hallowell, broadcasting live to you. And, it's good to see you all. I do apologize. Yesterday was supposed to be a stream day, and, well, I should say, first and foremost, welcome in. Welcome in, Augustine. My hat is yours. Welcome in, Emerald. Welcome in, Alandria. Good to see all of you. Yeah, instant hat steal, yeah. Yes, it's good to see all of you. So yesterday I was supposed to stream, and during last stream, after I signed off with all of you, I was awake from the time that I signed off with all of you until the time that I was supposed to stream the next day. And given that fact, I figured, probably not a good idea to attempt doing this because I was completely exhausted. There's been a lot going on, not gonna get into any of it, but just not doing great in a lot of ways, but health especially has been kinda dodgy lately, and I'm trying to work on that. So, haven't been able to really sleep, and I know those of you that know me know that I pretty much never sleep anyway, but this has been worse than that. This has been a lot worse than that. So, I've been fighting to try my best to get whatever little scraps of sleep I can, which hasn't been much at all. And I'm hoping that I can get some answers for some stuff that's going on, and hopefully get it taken care of, maybe? We will see. But, yes, I'm here today. I'm glad to be here. Can't wait to play more Master Detective Archives Raincode. But, as always, before we get to that, we're gonna talk a little bit, and then we are going to do our pre-game tarot card pull before we get to the game. Hope you can find those answers and get to feeling better. Thank you so much, Alandria. I hope so as well. It has not been a fun time. Little sleep is better than none. Hope the answer you get is good and helps resolve things. So do I. Thank you, Emerald. Yeah, it has not been a good time. It's not been a good time at all. And dealing with the medical system is never fun, either. To put it mildly. But yeah, we shall see. But I hope all of you are doing better than I am. I hope you are all doing okay this Wednesday evening. Or morning, depending on where you are. Thursday morning, I would say. I was taking a look at gaming news earlier, and I saw that apparently Sega canceled that Super game they were working on. Which freaked me out for a second because I am really looking forward to that reboot they're doing for Crazy Taxi and Jet Set Radio Future. Or Jet Set Radio, I should say. And I thought they canceled them, but thankfully that is not the case. Apparently what they canceled was some Super Games as a Service thing that they were trying to do, some kind of Fortnite competitor, which I don't think would have worked out for them in the end, so probably for the best that got canceled. I get that. I hope you're able to get things figured out and acquire a good sleep schedule. I really hope so too. Thank you, Augustine. But yeah, I was pretty surprised to see that. But I'm glad that they did not cancel the proposed reboots for Crazy Taxi and Jet Set Radio. Because I do feel like both games could absolutely have a place in the modern gaming landscape, especially Crazy Taxi. Crazy Taxi is so much fun, and if you haven't played it, you will be addicted. It is such a good time. And there's definitely no need to cancel those. So hopefully those survive development. Canceling might have been for the better. I don't know how much like Battle Royale type games have left. Yeah. Not even just Battle Royale games, but like games as a service games in general are not doing so great. Even the current titans are not doing all that well. Fortnite has been upping the prices of V-Bucks and other things like that because they're complaining about apparently not having the sales that they once did, and complaining that they're paying more for licenses to feature in the game than they are getting back in, I guess, revenue or whatever. And that sounds like flawed business to me. Like, a problem of their own making, but of course they pass all of these costs off on the customer. And to me, the biggest source of their issue is that they're trying to compete with Roblox. In fact, we've talked a little bit about this before, but like, yeah, a lot of these companies don't really know what they're doing. Not saying I would know much better, but I do know at least that you can't just make a soulless clone of something that is already on the market and popular, because everybody will just choose what's on the market and popular, as opposed to going with something that they perceive as a knockoff. It is absolutely not the same as going to a grocery store and buying a store brand version of potato chips. You know what I mean? Like, people are more likely to buy a generic version of a cheaper product that they get every single day than they are to go with your version of a specific genre, as opposed to the one that everybody, all their friends and family and peers or whatever are playing already and invested in. It's just not likely to happen. And even the times where it has happened in the past, like let's say Guitar Hero versus Rock Band, a lot of the reasons why those competitors worked is because, number one, they were either started by the original creators, like Harmonix. Creating Rock Band was the original Guitar Hero team, right? But it also brought something different to the forefront. While Guitar Hero was still doing a guitar simulation only, Rock Band brought the rest of the instruments into your living room. So they were able to go back and forth because they had similar but different audiences until, of course, Guitar Hero did the same thing. And then they ended up putting out so many games against one another that they burned the whole genre out, which is still a shame. But yeah, point being, even when you've had competitors running against one another actively, they've always been somewhat different from each other. Sonic and Mario were rivals at one time, but their games definitely don't play alike, other than being side-scrollers at the time. Hey, welcome in, Purple. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the check-in. Fortnite/Epic replacing devs with AI is not surprising, but still disappointing. Yeah, I'm getting so tired of AI. I've been reading so many articles about how much water it's wasting, and just how it's killing the planet, and all for a glorified search engine, which really doesn't do much of anything. Actually, kind of funny considering the health stuff I'm dealing with. Not that I rely upon basic internet searches or whatever, but sometimes you try to get a little bit of a grasp on what you're feeling, and it's so great now to look up symptoms and then be given a completely inaccurate AI summary of things right at the top of the page. That's wonderful. And wasting lots of water and poisoning communities and all for nothing, really. Again, it is not helpful in any way, shape, or form. It is not actually benefiting anybody. It is just benefiting CEOs that want to be able to fire people to be able to replace them with a shitty machine which doesn't know what it's doing. And for some reason, we collectively as a people are letting it happen. Why? I don't know. I have no clue, but I have met people who claim that they cannot compose an email or send a message to people without running it through ChatGPT first, so that doesn't bode well. In the meetings, they think you can do just similar things and get the same results, not realizing how picky gamers are. Yeah. And the thing is, like, I don't even think it's only that gamers are picky. Like, that's definitely a part of it, but, like, even from, like, a general perspective of how people think, like, us as human beings, we're more than likely to go with something that we see has been tested and verified by people that we trust. Whether that is friends or family, like especially friends and family, but sometimes just people who we believe to be similar to us. So, you know, again, when you have a very popular franchise, let's say Call of Duty, it's very hard to bring in a straight up competitor like there was during the Xbox 360 era. There were so many attempts at trying to be Call of Duty, and all of them failed. Because, you know, with the way our minds work, we're going to go with the thing that we feel has proven itself. The thing that our friends and family are, you know, paying for and enjoying, and you know, where they congregate. That's where we're going to go. You're always going to have people that branch out and try something new, maybe. But if you want to create a competitor, and I'll just preface this by saying this is my opinion. I am by no means a successful anything. For me to sit here and tell a bunch of bigwig CEOs what to do, I guess. But this is just through observation of all kinds of media. But if you want to be successful with a competitor, to me, you create something that might be in the same genre, but bring something new to the table. Right? Something that can serve as an actual competitor. That's why Pepsi is able to go toe-to-toe with Coca-Cola. because they are not the exact same thing, despite the fact that that's how they kind of look. But they go out of their way to present themselves as something entirely different. Something better. And when you look at video games, for instance, Silent Hill was born out of Konami's desire to have a competitor to Resident Evil. But Silent Hill is nothing like Resident Evil outside of them both being horror. They went in a completely different direction, and as a result, they were able to get attention because they're not the same thing. Battlefield was not as successful as Call of Duty, despite, not really in the beginning attempting to be a competitor to Call of Duty, but then, of course, once EA angled it that way, one of the reasons why Battlefield was able to be somewhat successful in being a competitor to Call of Duty is because Battlefield has a different appeal. They're both military, quote-unquote simulator shooters. They're not really simulations, either one, but they're both military shooters. But Call of Duty is far more arcadey and pick up and play and focused, or at least at one point. I don't know what the hell they're doing with Call of Duty anymore, but Call of Duty was more focused on boots on the ground, whereas Battlefield was an all-out, still arcadey, but more quote-unquote realistic simulator in which you could pilot all kinds of different vehicles, from planes to helicopters, boats, Humvees, tanks, etc. And eventually, once technology started getting better, like with the first Bad Company game, you could do cool things like collapse buildings on people. Bring down whole skyscrapers, which you couldn't do in Call of Duty, to my knowledge, at any point. So Battlefield managed to stand out as its own thing, despite also being a military shooter. I forgot who said it, but someone said once, "You're chasing trends in game development, then you've already failed." Yeah, definitely. I don't think, there's obviously some exceptions, Fortnite itself is an exception. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was the big breakout hit in the Battle Royale genre, and then Fortnite was a failing tower defense game, and Epic just went ahead and pretty much directly copied Battlegrounds and managed to get even bigger than Battlegrounds. So sometimes, that works, but it's it's a 1 in a million chance. You can't think that you're gonna win the lottery just because somebody, halfway across the country or the world won it. That doesn't mean it's going to be as easy for you or that you have the same luck. And they don't understand that. And a lot of times, of course, these out of touch suits think that it's as easy as just putting their grunts on, just do that, but better, because they have no clue how any of this works. Go figure. I was looking at my tablet and I heard Resident Evil. I'm back. I was just mentioning the nature of competition in general, but primarily in the field of gaming right now. I definitely like Battlefield 6 over Call of Duty. Yeah, I've always been a Battlefield guy, personally. The first one I played was Battlefield 2 Modern Combat, back on the original Xbox, which is funny, because Battlefield even did the modern setting before Call of Duty did. Call of Duty 4 was a really good game. Believe me, I played the hell out of that game online when it came out. It was a lot of fun, and I have some very interesting stories from the days of Xbox Live, and yeah. That was definitely a moment in time. Battlefield low-key is better than Call of Duty, but the recent games have been doo-doo in comparison to 5, in my humble opinion. I have heard a lot of people say, Battlefield... I've actually seen people say Battlefield 1 was better than like the World War I game they did, which they call Battlefield 1, so it gets kind of confusing because then when you say it aloud, it sounds like you're talking about the very first Battlefield game, but I think you know what I'm talking about. I've heard people say that is a recent pinnacle. I remember when Battlefield 5 came out, there was a lot of complaints. Hey, welcome in, Naka. I hope you're doing well today. Thank you for being here. Yeah, when Battlefield 5 came out, there was a lot of dumb complaints about stuff. Not to say that some of it wasn't valid or whatever, but you know how sometimes certain games have the misfortune of falling into the public eye as the latest victim of just irrational, dramatic discourse. And I remember people getting mad because they were saying Battlefield 5 was not historically accurate when it's like, have you been playing any military shooter at all? Ever? To complain about that? Like, I understand back in, like, the older days of gaming where you understood that there was a limit as to what video games could actually represent, that you kind of let certain things slide. But from the beginning, you know, a lot of these games were never, like... If you want to get that persnickety about it, any game that just allows you to, heal by just taking cover and wiping the Kool-Aid off your face is not accurate. Even if you have to use a first aid kit, like, come on, there's some things that are like, I just took fall damage that would break anybody's legs, and I used a med kit to heal myself. Come on. But, they were complaining about the fact that they let you play as women in Battlefield 5, and that was, that should pretty much sum up the nature of the people complaining about the game. Like I said, I'm not saying that there weren't other issues with the game, or that, you know, as always with these kinds of things, valid criticisms tend to get buried beneath, all of the chuds whining and complaining, but basically it just amounted to me, caveman, that want no woman in game. Same usual kind of freaking, I don't know if I can use the word incel, but whatever. You know the type. Pathetic douchebags. So, yeah. Battlefield 5 is worth revisiting if you see it for free or something and you like World War II. But most of the people on the older games servers are sweats. Oh, don't get me wrong. I got into Battlefield 4 way later because I didn't have a PS4 back when it came out. And because of the nature of the game, you can actually still play it online because people host their own servers and stuff like that. So it was like, you know, I love Battlefield. It's been a while. And I opted to actually go for Battlefield 4 over Battlefield 1 or Battlefield 5 just because I missed the modern setting and stuff like that. And ended up having a really good time with it, playing it online for a while before it got even less populated. Connection is kind of dropping and going back up. It's fluctuating, so my apologies if I kind of froze for a second there. But yeah, I got into Battlefield 4 late, and I remember just kind of laughing to myself, cynically, because as I was playing it, sometimes you would kill people or get killed, and then you see their little custom banners, and you know, you get people with crude stuff, and yeah, you just kind of laugh or roll your eyes, whatever. But then I was like, huh, I sure am killing a lot of players that have a lot of white supremacist iconography as their imagery here. And then you start seeing a lot of them, and it's like, oh, this game has been overrun by white supremacists. Interesting. Very interesting. So yeah, that was very interesting, and some of the server names were pretty interesting as well. I won't get into it, but they were quite passionate about a specific brand of politics. One that you could say is completely fucking up the world right now as we speak. I'm sure it's not too difficult to commit that one to memory, but yeah. It's, it got really interesting. And I no longer wanted to play after seeing what kind of community remained there. Which is a damn shame. But, not surprising. Three out of 10, too much water. God, that makes me think of that, the infamous IGN review. I'm sure that's what you're referencing, but the infamous IGN review of Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. It's a very interesting complaint. Not historically accurate when everyone can revive each other after a headshot low-key. Yeah, right. You mean I can't just hit my friend with an AED IRL to make them all better, right? I find that especially funny because I do love playing, like, the medic role in that game and just running around and raising everybody. Yeah, that's, everyone knows that's accurate. That is how it works. Absolutely. Amazing that anybody ever dies in real life when we can just do that. Yucky people, yeah. I love getting to customize my lady soldiers in Battlefield 5. It was so great and there was so much versatility. I don't understand why anybody... Well, I do understand. I don't want to understand, but I do understand why people complain about it, of course. But, like, why would you be in favor of less people getting to play a game? But then again, it is what it is. People are, a lot of people are born where, with their ass where their head should be. And, everything that, follows is exactly what you think it would be, so. It's not surprising. Send them to the spider pit, yeah. Me caveman. In 5, if you're in a squad, you basically give your mates a pat on the back to revive them if you're not a medic. I knew pats on the back had healing power. That's why so many people give themselves pats on the back. Yikes, not the evil banners. Oh, yeah. Trust me, some of them got really, they got really interesting. Jesus effing Christ, yeah. Yeah, I remember, taking out a few players and then just being like, you know, what do you expect? And then it would be one after another, and it's like, oh geez, there's a lot of you here. Did I just walk in on some kind of meeting or something? All of them to the pit, no exceptions. Yeah, absolutely. I also play Battlefield to become a necromancer. Get healed, get healed, get healed. Thank you for the head pats. But yeah, walked in on the Yucky convention, yeah. It kind of reminds me too of those, there's so many, meetups that these people have, people who clearly do not like women, and, when I say that I mean they hate women with every fiber of their being. And so they have these meetings to try to meet women who have their same opinions. And then, predictably so, no women ever show up. And it's just other sludge dwellers like them. And it's always so, funny to witness. And it just turns into a sad little meetup of the worst people you know. Women hate them too. Oh, believe me, there's a lot I could say about that, but I'm gonna steer clear of that territory. Yeah, there's I'm just saying, if they hate women so much, why not just be gay? That's what the Greeks did. Because they don't like queer people either. They do not like LGBTQ plus people either. In fact, they just hate everyone and everything, including themselves, especially themselves. And they take it out on the rest of the world. That is, unfortunately, how it is. Even if people don't have the kinds of opinions you'd think that they would on things, like, you'd be surprised sometimes people can be somewhat, inclusive in their beliefs and still be an absolutely terrible person, that just hates everybody else, and it usually stems from self-hatred. That is pretty much the origin of, most of the world's problems, people who just hate themselves and take it out on everyone else because it's easier to bring the world to its knees with hatred than seek therapy. And that's it. See, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Yeah. It is funny because it does make me think of that discussion we had a while back about discourse surrounding the way characters look in video games. And how you have a lot of these people who get really mad because they don't understand like what each respective audience tends to like. And RE9's release was a perfect example of this, where there were so many guys who were disappointed because they didn't like the way Leon looked. They wanted him to have like a big bushy beard and essentially look kind of like you know, like a Sylvester Stallone type of guy. Like they wanted him to have a big beard or something and cut his hair because his hair looks like too feminine or whatever. And meanwhile, you had women absolutely screaming about how good Leon looked, and they couldn't understand that whatsoever. And again, funny enough, the director of RE9, Koshi Nakanishi, basically let the women at Capcom take the reins on designing him because, you know, go figure, it sure does make a lot of sense if you are wanting to make a handsome-looking male character that would be appealing to the heterosexual female gaze. Why would you not ask heterosexual women to design him instead of insinuating that you know better? And as you can see, common sense and humility actually paid off because they did a really good job with his design. A very good job. Gosh, I wanted to say, just listening to Leon and Requiem while you were playing, dude, sounded very sexy. Yeah, I mean, Leon is a very, very cool character. He has always been my favorite. He has always been the character I have personally resonated with the most, personality-wise in the Resident Evil series. And it's easy to see why he is so likable. He's just a very cool, reliable person, and he can joke around and everything without trivializing situations and not taking things seriously, and always puts other people before himself. And so what I find funny about that is I feel like when you describe his character out loud, it's very easy to see why he's so likable. And yet a lot of these guys are he's dorky but he's reliable. Exactly. And I've seen a lot of women say that, like, that is, you know, a big part of his appeal. And you'll get these guys who are like, I don't understand why all these women like him. And it's like, you really don't understand? It's really not that surprising. It's not. God forbid a man not have facial hair. Yeah. It's because what's, oh my god, how do I say this? I believe asking women employees is also how Flynn Rider came to be, as a matter of fact. Really? Yeah, so here's the thing. I've mentioned this before, but a lot of times, the way that, and this is only from like a heterosexual perspective, right? One should also consider queer perspectives as well. But of course, most people don't do that. But if you're speaking strictly about like the heterosexual gaze when it comes to men and women, a lot of times women will design things like thinking, oh, what do men like? And instead of men designing things from the perspective of what do women like, they still just think, what do men like? So when they design a guy that they think is going to be attractive to women, they actually just end up designing a character that men find cool and want to be. And as usual, any kind of character can be liked by anyone. It's not like you have to specifically tailor a character to be something to be liked by any group. But you will often find that the male idea of a sexy male character is usually something that appeals very heavily to men. Funny enough. And they don't really actually consider the things that women like or talk about liking. And that's usually reflective in their everyday personalities as well, because they usually don't really consider what women like in their everyday lives either. And they don't know because they don't care to ask or to actually do any research whatsoever, whether that is just looking things up or talking to the women in your life, etc. But that is usually too much work. Oh god, everyone loved Flynn Rider when Tangled came out. Yeah, I still haven't seen that movie, believe it or not. But yes, they did actually let the women on the design team, I believe, design him. And he was very, very successful. This is true. When I designed my male characters, I was trying to make them appeal to dudes too. Shockingly, it worked, and my male friends liked them too. Yeah, it's not that hard, I think, to take into consideration, you know, what certain people like. But again, a lot of times they would rather just try to appeal to themselves. They just default to buff lumberjack when they think peak masculinity. It pisses me off. Yes, because again, men have this idea, like, for example, if you ever see how upset men get over the popularity of, like, say, like BTS or like other boy bands, and you see them absolutely like gnashing their teeth and talking about how they all look super feminine and soft, and it's like, how could anybody like these guys, and blah 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 blah. Again, they have absolutely no idea what anybody likes. A lot of times, the male definition of what is cool is something that is full of muscles and doesn't show their emotions. It's completely stoic. Yeah, it's yeah. Don't get me started. You haven't seen Tangled? Don't ever talk to me again. No, I haven't actually seen it. Oh my god, Tangled was actually an interesting milestone in Disney's 3D hair animation journey. I think the last Disney animated movie that I saw was probably Frozen. I haven't seen a Disney movie in a while, to be honest. It has been quite some time since I saw a Disney animated movie. But yes, for the record, I should probably clarify, even though I know if anybody wanted to misunderstand me, they're going to misunderstand me anyway because they probably want to, but I'm not saying anything to attack anybody in this conversation or whatever. I'm just stating what my personal experience has been when discussing these things with other people and just analyzing the way that things go. You know, being a massive nerd, I do quite enjoy visualizing the discourse behind things that I enjoy, and it's very hard to miss these conversations. And you see it everywhere too. It's not even just with video games, but you know, whoever the latest hottest actors are and stuff like that. Yeah, there's so much that you will see people just be absolutely confused about because they don't actually care to listen to what people like anyway. And it gets tiring to see. Tangled is one of my childhood favorites. I guess I do need to see it at some point. But yeah, before we got into all of that, we were talking about the idea of making competitors, and in that regard, yeah, I am glad that Sega canceled the Super game they were working on, because trying to make a Fortnite competitor in 2026 was not going to go well for them. And I think Sega already has enough problems in some regards in terms of keeping the popularity of certain franchises around, that they didn't need to worry about this on top of that. So I am glad that they didn't go through with it in the end. And I do hope that their reboots for Crazy Taxi and Jet Set Radio go well, because they are really, really good games that more people should play. Deletes paragraph. No, it's okay. You can still talk about what you were, like if you were replying to what we were talking about before, you can absolutely still post it. I was just mentioning, you know, I got really off track there. And I wanted to complete my original thought was all. Believe me, I don't mind at all. So no worries, Augustine. I could rant for so long about gender expression. Oh, yes. Believe me, I understand. I completely understand. Yeah, it's, I don't know, especially when it comes to things like, you know, clearly, in case you can't tell, obviously, I am quite into, you know, goth fashion, alternative fashion in general. Not just goth, but just, the wide spectrum of alt fashion and expression. And when you see how people get when they see certain people, you know, and the way they choose to express themselves, it's always so annoying. Like, people are so judgmental. And the wide variety of people are largely boring. Like, because people are so worried about how other people are going to perceive them and the way that they look, a lot of people dress safe. Or, you know, they present themselves in a very safe fashion. So, it's always very refreshing when you meet or see other people who are, you know, expressive in the way that they choose to present themselves. And just looking at the way other people get about that, it is incredibly annoying. And again, it always comes off as insecurity, like people who are too afraid to take risks themselves look down upon other people who do because they secretly wish that they were secure enough to do so in the first place. And I do find a lot of this completely funny because when you consider the topic of gender expression, especially as it pertains to fashion, things have changed so much over generations that it's quite funny to see people like make a big stink about things when you actually look at like the origins of certain pieces of fashion, like how heels were mainly for like noble men and stuff like that. It's just funny. Trying to transition and not having lumberjack be my main goal forces me to walk a delicate line. And wigs too? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But that also opens up a whole different conversation in general. Because I also get really annoyed with people who body shame people for things you can't help. Like, there are certain things that are still very socially acceptable to make fun of people about. Like, you know, men who are short are always a punchline. Women who are tall are a punchline. Guys who are losing their hair or have no hair are a punchline. Just things like that. And it's like, you know. The funny part, the actual true comedy lays in the fact that the people who are the first ones to fire off these jokes are usually the most insecure about themselves, or will be the first ones running to try and fix something that alters their appearance against their will. And when that time comes, they are completely unable to sympathize with other people. Or they go and they get things to alter a piece of them that they couldn't help, that they didn't want themselves. And again, they have no sense of irony as they do this. It gets very, very irritating, and people think that they're so fucking funny. Like, it's the pinnacle of comedy to point this stuff out. And, yeah, believe me, I could go on and on about it with experiences that I have personally had. And yeah, it's exhausting. It is very exhausting. Here's an example. Wait, something that's been irking me recently is that it's very acceptable to make fun of men who have actually done bad things for being short, when it has nothing to do with the actual issue. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. This is, extremely common. Yes, exactly. And people think that it is, you know, so funny. And like they are, oh god. Don't get me started. Do not get me started on that. Believe me, I have a lot to say about that. For whatever reason, people think that, people think they're saying something profound with these things, and, it's just exhausting. Completely brain-dead discourse, but you can't really weigh in on it, because whatever the majority position is when it comes to, what is okay to, like, make fun of people about, people get really touchy about being able to have avenues of attack towards people. You need only look at how angry people get if you call them out for using the R slur, for example. Which is its own can of worms with regards to everything that represents. But man, people do not want you to take away their ability to attack people for things that it's wrong to attack people for. Because then you become some bleeding heart hippie who, you know, just let us have fun, or, you know, whatever. And it's like, there's ways to attack somebody. And I understand that people can get offended about a lot of things that, you know, arguably are not offensive. But I feel like it should be quite clear why it would be offensive to attack people for, you know, certain things that they cannot help. If somebody is really that detestable as a human being, it's not very hard to point out the flaws in their personality and who they are and what they represent, the things they stand for, as opposed to just attacking something about their appearance that really wouldn't have anything to do with who they are. Because trust me, I have known people who have been the pinnacle of everything you could want in terms of, you know, being attractive or having all of the quote-unquote right features, and it doesn't stop them from being absolutely detestable pieces of shit. Being good-looking does not, you know, make you any less, or not even just good-looking, because it doesn't always come down to that, but I guess being, like, socially acceptable in your appearance or, like, the aspects of you, does not make you any less capable of being a terrible person or unlikable. Far from it, actually. But believe it or not, people do absolutely let those things color their perception. Well, I'm not a bad person. Yeah, exactly. And when that comes up, it's like, well, you're not the subject then. Me, when I'm too woke, is something I see on TikTok and a lot of comment sections. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a meme that comes to mind where it's like there's this guy, I think he's like a medieval peasant or something, and he's carrying like a bunch of wood or something on his back. And he's like, we should improve society somewhat. And then this guy pops out of a well and he's like, and yet you take part in society. Like trying to call the person out for being a hypocrite, and it's like, so don't ever call out anything ever. Got it. Just because you breathe. Understood. Yeah, it's a tiring line of thought. But yeah, I've dealt with this kind of stuff quite a few times, and I think one of the funniest things that there is when somebody tries to make fun of you or pick on you for something that you're not actually ashamed of or insecure about. And when you don't play into the reaction the way they think you will, it completely explodes their brain. Like, they completely shut down, and either they get really mad and have to accuse you of faking it or lying about not being insecure about something because they can't fathom not being insecure because secretly they're insecure, or it just makes them so upset that they don't know what to do with themselves. It's a fascinating phenomenon. Very interesting to see someone completely combust in real time just because their incredible, well thought out, witty insult didn't land. Always very interesting. But yeah, I do agree with you, Augustine. It's there's so much that could be said in terms of like gender expression and how annoying people can be about how childish they get about it, and their very narrow-minded viewpoints on stuff. And it's funny too because so many people just trap themselves in a certain way of having to exist, and because they would rather, you know, try to be like Mike, as opposed to help create a more free society in which they can express themselves without having to worry about these kinds of things. So you'd rather limit your forms of expression, you know, what's quote-unquote socially acceptable, than speak up or, you know, just at the bare minimum not be an asshole. I'm agreeing with everything you're saying, but man, is it depressing? Yeah, it really is. I feel like a lot of people who cling so tightly to gender norms that don't understand how badly it hurts their individuality. Yes. Yes, it is kind of like the discussion in which, you should always stand up for other people's rights. Even if you are a bigoted asshole who, you know, doesn't like certain groups of people because you're a bigoted asshole. Because if you don't do that, then the minute that one group's rights are taken, they will be coming for yours, no matter if you think you belong to an untouchable group or not. Nobody is untouchable. History has proven this time and again, even if you plug your ears, cover your eyes, and you want to pretend like it is not the case. The only thing that will ever protect you, and even in some cases this will not apply, but the only thing that will ever protect you is if you belong to a perceived ruling class. And that has to do more with money and control and power than it does what you look like, or your sexual orientation or whatever. And so if you do not, if you don't stand up for yourself, then eventually you will fall into that group as well. That is just history. And that can be said about this topic as well. You know, you would be far more free in your ability to express yourself as a human being if, you know, you didn't play into these societal pitfalls that limits expression based on what is perceived as acceptable based on something as flimsy as gender norms. Actually, it does make me think of this video I saw the other day where, you know those videos on like TikTok and other social media where somebody goes around interviewing someone in like the middle of the street or whatever? It was like that. And I have no doubt that this was likely edited to kind of like aid the thesis that the guy wanted, because so much in social media is actually manufactured in some way or another. But having known people like this, I, you know, wouldn't be surprised if they were able to accurately get a good degree of the answers they were seeking without needing to force it. But anyway, basically, they kept walking up to random guys in the street and showing them pictures of, like, it started out with showing a picture of, I think, a celebrity, and asking if the guy thought the celebrity was gay or straight. And then they would ask to take a picture of the person who answered, and then they would go up to another guy and ask the same question. And it would just keep repeating, and all of the guys kept saying that they thought that the prior guy was gay. And then saying that they don't have that problem, quote unquote, and that they hope other people wouldn't think that they were gay. It's so stupid and so childish and offensive, and just, I don't know, people are... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was melting my brain. Oh, I saw those videos, it made me uncomfy and annoyed. Yeah. Yeah, same here. I basically dedicated my life to proving that I can be female without being feminine. I think everyone should be allowed to express themselves, because linking styles and things to gender is not just limiting, but seriously illogical. Yes, it is. My brain hurt just listening to that. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Now, I understand what you are saying, Emerald. I remember actually a long time ago, I actually went to a masquerade, which was fun. And I had painted my nails black for it. And I remember there was this guy that tried to like laugh at me about it, and I didn't give a shit because I wasn't insecure about it. I liked the way that it looked, and the expression that he made when he realized that he couldn't get a rise out of me, it was priceless. And you could see the moment where I think he realized that it made him look more insecure than anything. And it was quite funny. Like, that's just a small example. I can give a lot more but I try not to dive too deep into those things, but that's one of the most general examples I can give from a very long time ago. That was very funny to me. Again, people that think that everybody is as insecure as they are, and when they don't get the result that they wanted, it messes with them. You seem like the kind of person that would go to a masquerade. Endearingly, I am jealous. There's a lot of stories from that event I could talk about, so. But I won't go into that. It was an interesting night. I did have a good time, though. Why the fuck did this dude go to a masquerade to not have fun? I'm glad you brushed him off. Yeah, I don't know. But then again, I don't think I understand how most people think, so. You do match a masquerade look. I bet you looked great, and I hope you had fun outside of it. Yeah, I did. It was really fun. There was a lot of interesting things that happened that evening, but it was fun regardless. Definitely something that would be fun to do in the future. So mysterious. A big frustration for me is I love being flamboyant and wearing jewelry, but because it's stereotyped as being feminine, I can't both enjoy my clothes and pass. And I'm sorry to hear that, Augustine, because you shouldn't even have to worry about that. Like, it's so frustrating. Like, clothes are clothes, and I can understand that sometimes, like, yes, people do want to achieve a certain effect by dressing a certain way, and there's nothing wrong with that. That is, you know, the purpose of clothing, besides covering you up, is expression of some sort, right? But, to make sweeping assumptions about people just because they have certain things, that they wear is incredibly stupid and does not really apply anyway. God forbid a motherfucker be a sparkly little guy. Yeah. Yeah, these things they should not be directly associated with certain things, but again, people make up their minds about stuff, and that's why I brought up, like, you know, what heels were originally, like, used for and who originally wore them, because, and as you brought up as well, wigs, because it just goes to show how silly it all is. People collectively just make up their minds about certain things, and then they decide to, like, enact that on a society-wide level, and then that's it. Regardless of whether it makes any sense or is accurate to the history of that style or piece of clothing, etc. It's also very subjective, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Listing M. Some people go to bad places to make people feel bad and uncomfortable. It's a kind of extreme negativity mentality. If I can't enjoy things, the others shouldn't too. Yeah, absolutely. You should 100% still enjoy what you want to wear. Anyone can accessorize without it being a full statement on your identity. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I completely agree. Especially, like, I've talked about this before, but, you know, I feel like the majority of people don't really give much thought to what they wear, either because they are, scared, again, of expressing themselves a certain way because of how they'll be perceived, or just because they, don't really give it much thought, which is fine. But, I don't know, I always appreciate somebody with a good sense of fashion. It's always fun seeing somebody in real life who looks like they could come straight out of, like, an anime or a comic book or something like that. I love seeing that kind of self-expression in action. It's just so very rare to see. As for now, I choose sparkles, but eventually I'll be able to have my cake and eat it too. Well, I do hope that you're able to express yourself the way that you want to, Augustine, without having to worry about people being judgmental. My goal is to look like a queer-coded Disney villain. Oh, that sounds cool. That actually sounds really cool. But yes, I do love that for you, and I hope that you are able to be able to confidently present yourself the way that you want to without having to deal with too much childish nonsense from people. And, you know, actually, funnily enough, having said that, I know it's an overused quote, but it does make me think of the C.S. Lewis quote where it's like, when I became an adult, I put away childish things, including the fear of being childish. And I wish that's something that more people would internalize, because, like, you know, it's already, like, bad enough that kids do it, but, like, once you get to the point where you are an adult and you understand that you have a limited time on Earth, it's like, you only have so long to do this thing. Why would you waste your time worrying about what other people think about you, or refusing to do something you would enjoy just because you think somebody is gonna, you know, talk about you a certain way? Like, who gives a shit, you know? The mentality, and I'm not saying this is perfect, because sometimes, you know, you can have people in your life that do things for you and are still pieces of shit, but largely the sweeping mentality should be, if you are not benefiting my life in any way, if you're not paying my bills, if you're not paying for my food or my gas or etc., then why the fuck should I listen to you? Who are you really? You mean nothing to me, and your opinion means less than nothing. So why would I let it control me? Gotta wear the karate kimono on the streets. I suddenly want to dress nice IRL. I did say I didn't like dressing feminine earlier, but small correction. Nowadays, I just wear whatever I want, including dresses and stuff, and I'm glad to hear that. This just reminds me of my brother saying, why can't I wear capes in my day-to-day life? It would be more fun. Yeah, it would be. If they don't enrich your life, they shouldn't affect your choices. Exactly. Perfectly said, Augustine. Thank you for the hydrate, Emerald. I'm sure you can hear that I'm reaching the point where I could use some hydration. I want a cape so bad you have no clue. Yeah, it's something that I have found personally is, like, the times where I have you know, I guess we'll say made bolder fashion choices, usually goes over well. I think a lot of people just assume that you're going to be laughed at or whatever, but, you know, the reality is that I think most people share a lot of the same opinions with regards to how boring everything is, and something that stands out can be rather fun. It's just that, unfortunately, am I frozen? Okay, it looked like I was frozen for a second. Yeah, it's just that, unfortunately, more often than not, absolutely miserable people are the most vocal about things, and so they internalize that. seen some really nice fashion capes. It can work. I own two, but never wear them. Ugh, my typing is dog water. Problem is they're usually expensive. Just don't try to fly next to airplanes and be careful on staircases and anything that has a gap that the cape can be stuck on. Yeah, like escalators. Thank you for the head pats, Naka. But yes, we have been talking for a while, about an hour and 14 minutes, so I should probably get to our reading. No games. Etna. Welcome in, Bolgay. I hope you're doing well tonight. Good to see you. Yes, we've been talking about a whole assortment of things. Working as usual. Hopefully having somewhat of a decent time surviving at work. I know I always say that, but, you know, always kind of assume the worst, so I hope that you are having a decent day, and at the very least nobody is going out of their way to make your life harder. Or that you're stuck doing something like having to, close by yourself. Oh, yesterday was fun. I don't remember if I told you. I told someone. I just can't remember. I don't believe we spoke yesterday, so I don't think I know. Hopefully this is good news. Please let it be good news and not sarcasm. Got yelled at by a customer. Okay, so not... Yeah, it's bad. Well, I'm not happy to hear that. Would you like to share what, this person that I'm absolutely sure was not a Karen had to say to you in such a enthusiastic manner? 15 heroes died because of capes, by the way. So we have markdown products, right? Woman brings one up, says the price is wrong. Oh god, okay. This already sounds exhausting. Biggest sigh on Bolgay's behalf. Why are people like this? Yeah. I'm just patiently waiting for part 2 of this story. Like, even from the jump, I just... Now, I should have handled it better. I did say that our computer is the one that fixes the prices. She said it's wrong still and wants me to check. So what was she thinking? That, like, that you guys were charging too much or something? For what the product was supposed to be? Or how much it was supposed to cost, rather. That's what I'm assuming, anyway. Yeah, okay. No, because you never can be too sure. I think most people wouldn't open their mouths if it was, less, but you'd be surprised. Some people are complete tattletales like that, just to make problems for others. Was everything able to be resolved, at the very least? After the yelling commenced? So I sigh and take the product. She suddenly screams out that catches me off guard. Along with another coworker. What the fuck? You're giving terrible customer service, you asshole. Oh my god. Please tell me the story ends with them getting banned. Yeah, I would hope so, but, Can't say I have much faith in that regard. I'm sorry that you've had to endure this kind of abuse, Olga. Because that's exactly what it is. And they really don't understand why people, even leave their homes in the first place if they carry this kind of rage with them. But as I've said before, this is their way of apparently blowing off steam, finding people that cannot defend themselves because of the circumstances, i.e. losing their job as a consequence, and take it out on them because, again, that is easier than therapy. I don't know how people feel comfortable using such language with people they don't even know, especially workers. Yeah. I blink and nearly scream back. I stop and look at her asking why she's yelling. She just yells again about me being an asshole. About doing my job. I say again, I didn't yell at you or call you names. Why are you yelling? She then yells, I saw what you did. What, like about the prices? So she was convinced that, like, it was intentional then. Asked what did I do and she couldn't name it. Oh, okay, so... so literally just making shit up. Sounds right. Sounds about right. Because yelling at me... Basically yelling at me because I sighed. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Very, very on brand for people. Oh my god. Even just hearing that, exhausts me. And I'm very sorry that you had to go through that. I know that's probably not the case, but as Augustine said, I will echo, his question. Did, that person get banned from the store? I hope so, but my faith is not high on it. The tantrums people will throw because of a sigh is absurd, yeah. So I showed her the original price, the markdown price, and she said, well, I don't want it. And just tossed the meat behind me and walked into the freezer. Oh, so I just tossed the meat behind me and I walked into the freezer to cool off. Well, good on you for keeping your cool the best that you could and, taking a step away to catch your breath, because you at least deserve that much. No, unfortunately, I was waiting for the manager to come to me and force me to apologize or something. Jesus Christ. Oh, good God. Well, I hope that that person never returns to the store for your sake. And if she does, hopefully somebody else has the responsibility of dealing with her so you don't have to. Gotta make more space in the spider pit, my goodness, yeah. There's a lot of people who need to be tossed into the pit of despair from SpongeBob, or the fly of despair, rather. The one episode, where SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward, found the Flying Dutchman ship, and then the Flying Dutchman threw Squidward into the, disembodied zipper. That's where a lot of people belong. Fun times. But don't worry, it was hopefully a one-time thing. If I see her again, I'll deal with it better. Well, that is good to hear. Hopefully then she'll have cooled down as well, or won't remember your face. A lot of these people don't actually, a lot of these people don't retain these kinds of, memories in the first place. They just see an easy target because you're wearing a store uniform or something. I hope that is the case with her and she doesn't, Home in on you if she returns. The Pit of Despair from Neverending Story. Oh, yeah. God, I haven't seen the Neverending Story in so long. I thought that was going to be a Princess Bride reference. Actually, there are a lot of Pits of Despair because I think there's one in Princess Bride too. Yeah, there's a lot. But speaking of despair, we should get to the game. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do our pre-game tarot card pull. So many Pits of Despair, might as well make our own. I think that would qualify as most of our lives. You got your pick of the group. We got one Spider Pit and 2 Pits of Despair. Damn, Adrian. Sorry, maybe I just speak for myself a little bit too much. This is Sparta kicking sent to the bottomless pit. I was thinking about 300 as well, Naka. I think we're all doing a little bit of, telepathy right now. Whoa! Hey, welcome in, Gene. Thank you so much for the raid. It has been a little while. Hold on, let me get you a shout out. Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, I am Adrian Hallowell. I am a Cursed Witch VTuber. Pay no attention to the fact that my hat has been stolen. It was good to see you, Gene. I hope you had a great stream. What were you up to? Hold on. There we go. Does everybody give Gene a follow? Oh, my jacket's about to be stolen as well. I was playing Battlefield 6. We were actually talking about Battlefield before, funnily enough. Hold on, I think I'm a little frozen right now. let me fix that. Oh, geez. I think my model just crashed. Hold on, let me fix that. Adrian, do the thing you do to me and Sushi when we don't eat. Gene didn't eat yet. Oh, is that the case? Hey, I'm gonna eat, alright? Hold on, wait, let me reload my model. Accidentally hit the freeze spell, yeah. That is the first time that has happened like that. I tried to restore the uniform and... You mean my hat. Hold on. Oh yeah, actually, you know what? Hold on. Adrian has been banned from this plane. Wait, I can do this now. It's a shame Sally's not here because he was the one who requested this of me. I think this should work. Hold on. Yes. It worked. Me and Nightbot had a discussion about this. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Alright. I am back. And now... Ask and ye shall receive, Chew. Gene? You need to go eat right now. You understand? I mean it. Don't starve yourself. Go eat. Right this minute. Yeah, that's what Chu is referring to. I will make a point to stop the stream and let whoever has been starving themselves know that they need to go eat. Hey, welcome in, Jury. Thank you for checking in. Hey, and thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. But yes, I should say to anybody who has come in with the raid, if you have to raid and run, I perfectly understand. Please do all of your post-stream self-care. Go eat, get some rest. By all means, trust me, I understand. Take it from somebody who has been having a lot of trouble sleeping lately. If you need to get rest or whatever, please do go take care of yourself. An hour and 30 on the stream time, just in time for the game to start. yeah, we were doing quite a bit of yapping. I really want to go make some tea and watch Euphoria. That sounds like a good idea. You should do that, Gene. I actually haven't seen Euphoria yet. I've heard a lot of good things about it. I do want to see it. But yeah, that sounds like a nice way to spend the rest of the evening. You should absolutely do that. Especially because I'm sure that you had some hard matches in Battlefield, and I'm sure you kicked lots of ass. So, you deserve it. Yeah, we were talking about Battlefield before, actually. I did. See? I told you. But I'm glad that you own it. I was angry. You own it. Chu always denies the fact that he is a pro-level gamer. She kicked my ass in Battlefield. Oh, so you guys weren't on the same team? At least not for all of the matches, I assume. I'm not a pro. See? Do you see what I mean? You know what I'm gonna do, Chu? Hold on. Because that isn't the only command I added. I've seen Sushi trying to use this, and I did not have one of these. So I decided to add one. That is for you, Chu. No, we teamed up. I just got 20 kills and 15 at one point. Oh, damn, that is excellent. So you really were killing it. Angie is a way to play Battlefield. God, I miss Battlefield. Have not gotten to play one of them for the longest time. I was locked in at one point. Oh, I totally understand. But yes, I added a hug command, so you all can hug each other now. If only Sushi was here, I'm sure that would make her happy. I've seen her trying to use it in the chat. Thank you for the hugs. I miss playing Battlefield. Well, at least with friends. Yeah. Battlefield is such a fun game to play. Thank you for all of the hugs. And Elandria, you hugged yourself. Which I can respect. I messed up, can't even hug myself, right? I have a punch command. Yeah, I was looking at, like, different ideas for, commands, and I did see that people have, like, punch and slap commands, which made me laugh. I did eat, actually, earlier, Naka. It is coming up on time to have dinner, but, you know. Can I still hat, or will that kill model? It should be okay. I mean, if anything, it'll help me test if you know, why my model crashed. So if you want to steal it, go ahead. Have a spank command and a bite one. To food fight. I always do find it funny being in all of your chats and seeing what kinds of things that you all programmed in there. But yes, all of you are in time for my pre-game tarot card pull. I've stopped calling it the pre-stream tarot card pull because sometimes I tend to talk for a very long time, like today. We've been sitting here chatting for about an hour and 35 minutes and I haven't gotten to the game yet. I should get enough points to give a thinking cap again later. OG, I forgot to figure out how to add channel redeems. It is pretty easy, but if you need some help with that, let me know. Food fight. I'm gonna cheat and bring 3 days old completely concrete solid bread. Oh my god. Alright, Mr. Adrian, I'm gonna make this tea and watch you for you. I'll be lurking. Thank you for the lurk, and please do enjoy your tea and your programs. Thank you for the raid. I do appreciate that. Alright, let me well, let me actually fix the camera a little bit, because I notice when I use this outfit, it's better when I'm a little further out. There we go. Yeah, I gotta figure that out before Friday. Oh, is that when you're going to make your debut? Thanks, of course. Yeah, have fun. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do for you, Augustine. Hold on. Okay, hopefully I did that right. Can I do this? Okay, yes. Everybody give Augustine a follow, because he is going to be making his streaming debut on Friday, which is very exciting to hear. So yes, he's a very talented artist. He made his own background, and I assume that will be shown off. And I can't wait to see what that is going to look like. So yes, everybody please give Augustine a follow as he prepares for his streaming journey. Actually, back in 2020, they threw pints of ice cream at us, but it was ice cream. They were filled with concrete. Oh my god. So excited for the debut. Yeah. You're so nice. It pains me so very much. Thank you. Of course, Augustine. There's no problem whatsoever. Thank you. You're always the one that is here supporting me. Not just by being here, but with your incredible art and everything else. It's the least I can do. And I can't wait to see how your debut goes. I know you're going to kill it, but I do wish you the best of luck, and I hope you have a good time with it. I think you will. And followed, hell yeah. I know I always say it, but thank you all for being so supportive to one another and stuff. That really makes me happy to see. Seeing all of you thriving makes me really happy. And being supportive of one another. You guys are the best community. But we will finally get to the pre-game tarot card pull so we can finally play a little Master Detective Archives Raincode. Because we have been sitting here for a very, very long time. I probably should have changed the category to just chatting while we were doing that, but it's fine. Alrighty. Today's card is the Six of Wands in reverse. The Six of Wands in reverse is a card that has to do with your, or in this position I should say, represents your personal association with the concept of success. This is going to be kind of a layered one, so I will try my best to explain this in a in the clearest way that I can. but when you pull the Six of Wands in reverse, it usually means that you're having some sort of complicated experience right now regarding something that you either have accomplished or want to accomplish or failed at accomplishing. These are obviously very different things, but again, all revolving around the same idea of success. And let's see, where do I start with this? So first and foremost, that's broad. Well, yes, but it's more connected than you think, right? Basically, it's more of a personal view of success and failure, right? But generally, God, how do I start this? All right, we'll start it like this. I will go accomplish folding laundry. That is always a good thing to do, Churi. But okay, here's how I'll start this. Basically, you may have a thank you, Naka, for the headbats. You may have a very strict view of what it means to be successful. And depending on your views on success, this could stop you from giving yourself the treatment that you deserve. Hydrate a pit before you explain. Good idea. Hold on. Okay, thank you. I don't know how much it'll do, but I do feel a little bit better. But yes, basically, we've talked a little bit before with other cards and their meanings with regards to selling yourself short and such. But this card in particular, in this position, really does highlight the effect of robbing yourself of any deserved adulation, whether from yourself or others, by comparing yourself to others or having too strict of a definition of what it means to be successful, right? So in that regard, you may not give yourself the proper congratulations that you deserve for accomplishing something that is extremely important to you, because you're too busy living your life through the lens of how other people see success. And I think a lot of people can relate to that, whether it's parental expectations, societal expectations, the expectations of people that preside over the kind of work that you do, like a very strict teacher, or a boss who is very harsh on the kind of work you do, despite the fact that you try your best. And these kinds of things can color your perception of the stuff that you do, which I don't need to tell you why that is bad. And this card is asking you to reevaluate your view of success to one that is much healthier, because everybody has their own way of doing things. Your view of success is not going to be the same view as somebody else's. People are often always at different points in their lives, and so for someone else who might be too afraid to say put themselves out there as an artist or a performer or whatever, just performing for the first time is an achievement. Whereas if you're somebody who is kind of a veteran in all of this, your goal and your definition of success might be to surpass all of your prior work or whatever. Everybody has their own view of what success means, and it's very important to keep your own definition in line and not have it be warped by other people's input or things that you impose upon yourself because of other people and their relative successes, etc. Right? It's all very personal, and it's important to keep that in mind so that you can be the best person that you can be with regards to the things that you do. Now, with that being said, this card can also mean that you're not necessarily doubting yourself or being hard on yourself, but rather you might have actually accomplished something important, but you don't really feel like you want to share that with other people. And again, this is where, as I said before, it can be a little bit, not confusing, but yeah, it can be a bit broad, because in this position, This card is very much about our personal view of success. So in this case, it can actually mean that you did achieve something that you're proud of, but you don't really want to share it because it's something that is very personal to you, which is also valid, and that is okay. But it's important to look within yourself and ask why you don't want to share that achievement. For some people, it just means that whatever it is that you did is something that you don't need external validation for. You're just happy that you did it, which is positive. In that case, you know, nothing to really speak of, no notes, right? But again, there could be times where you actually do achieve something that is worth applauding, but you don't share it with other people because you minimize your own successes. And you don't want to be that kind of person. Because you do deserve to be celebrated when you do accomplish things that you are proud of. And it really does not serve you well to sell yourself short and view yourself as, you know, not worth comparing to other people just because you are beating yourself up. So essentially, you want to make sure that you are not confusing self-deprecation for being humble. Because it can be very easy to lose the plot on which is which. So, preferably, try not to do that if you can help it. Now we're going to take a big swing in the other direction, and say that for this other meaning for this card, you could actually be overhyping your own accomplishments. You could actually be quite self-involved, quite arrogant, right? And if that's the case, then you want to rein yourself in a little bit, because just as underselling yourself is no good for you, overselling yourself is also very bad for you. Not just because, you know, being arrogant is not exactly the best trait to have, but also because the higher atop a mountain that you put yourself for something that may not be as deserved as you're making it out to be, it makes the fall that much greater and more painful. So it's always important to have a true degree of a perspective of your accomplishments. Give yourself the credit that you deserve, but don't give yourself credit for things that you may not have actually earned. Never mind, I will never share my art for feel. Stop it, stop. No, that's not what it means. But I'm sure that, you know, everybody probably knows somebody who has talent, but doesn't know how to express that without being, we'll just put it this way, an asshole about it, right? Don't be the kind of person that is good at what they do, but makes a habit of trying to share that at the expense of other people. Because you can be good at something, like, I'll say, like being a manager at a job, right? You can be a good manager and stuff like that. And, you know, it's absolutely worth being proud of yourself for. But you don't have to be the kind of person that is, like, walking around calling everybody else incompetent. I'm the only person that can do this, etc., etc. Nobody likes that person. And when somebody comes around who does your job better than you, then all of a sudden, you know, you look worse by comparison, because, and it's going to destroy your self-esteem even more, because you have been hyping yourself up to be the best thing since sliced bread, but you're not as good as you think you are. There's always somebody better than you. And that is true no matter how talented you are, no matter how much experience or inexperience that you have. There's always going to be somebody better than you. That's just the way that it is. And it's important to keep that in perspective. Not to, again, be down on yourself, but so that you don't lose that, humbleness that is important to keeping things in perspective. Always know that you are not the best at what you do. There's always, and even if you are, somebody will surpass you at some point. And that should be a good thing, not a bad thing. So don't let an arrogant attitude permeate your way of thinking, because you will get hurt in the end. Even if right now you can back up that attitude, again, somebody will always surpass you. And you will end up feeling all the worse for it, because your pride is going to be gravely wounded when that person comes along. All things in moderation, yes. And finally, another view of this as well. It actually kind of plays off of that idea, which is you might have actually had something at one point. You might have actually accomplished something, but now you're in a place where you are no longer as successful as you personally wish that you were. You've fallen off that mountain, so to speak. Speak of the devil, pushing a cart and it toppled over, got too big for my britches. I hope you're okay, Volgay. But, yeah, in this regard, if you have found yourself in that place where you have stumbled from where you once were, you were proud at one time and now you are, you know, no longer as successful as you wish that you could be, to your personal definition, and you find yourself in a place where other people are judging you, or worse, you are judging yourself very harshly. It is very important to, again, take a step back and reevaluate what success personally means for you. Because you may not be in the place that you once were, but that doesn't mean that you can't still consider yourself to be successful as it pertains to a personal measurement, right? Which I feel like that sounds incredibly confusing, but what I mean by that is, as we age, you know, certain things become harder for us to do. And that's especially true for, like, athletes, for example, right? And if, for example, you were once a star athlete, or, you know, very, very good at performing things physically, and you find yourself no longer able to do those things at the level that you once wanted to, and people are judging you for it, or again, you're judging yourself for it, it might help you to come out of that negative spiral by reevaluating your personal perception of what success means. You might need to shift your focus to, well, yes, maybe I can't do the same things that I could at, you know, 45 that I could at 25, for example. But your level of success and what you view as success shouldn't be the same. That should always be a moving target, and it should always be personally attuned to what you're looking to accomplish at that given point in your life, in your career, etc. So, all of that was a mouthful, but all that to say, yes, this card in this position is very, very focused on your personal view of success. It can make or break you, depending on how you view it. So don't undersell yourself. It's fine to have personal accomplishments that you keep private to yourself. But it's also important to us as people to be able to be perceived for the things that we do accomplish. Because if you've done something that you're proud of, you deserve to be acknowledged for it. Just don't become arrogant. And if you do find yourself dealing with a perceived you fall from where you prefer to be, then just take a step back and don't despair, and instead try to reevaluate what success would mean for you at this point in your life, or whatever it is that you're doing. Just try to have a healthy relationship with the idea of success, and establish your own view of it. Do not let other people, comparisons to other people, or the societal view of what it means to be successful, color your entire relationship with the idea. So hopefully that makes sense. I feel like I did a better job summarizing it there in a more digestible fashion. Let me catch up on chat. I do not like this card. It's telling me to be nice to myself. You should be nice to yourself. It's like when I look at other streamers and think I'm nowhere near that put together. Yeah, exactly. Don't do that to yourself. Because first of all, Emerald, you are a fantastic streamer. Let's get that out of the way. And second of all, everybody has their own level of where they are at, and that's not a thing of like saying that to cope or whatever. but it is true. Everybody's always starting at some point, and everybody has their own goals. So the person you're comparing yourself to might have a completely different idea of what success is, and even if they have 1 billion followers or whatever, they might not be happy with where they're at. You know, they might want to be the next Markiplier or whatever, and you might look at them like, oh, you have 500,000 followers or whatever, like, that's fantastic, and to them, they still view themselves as a failure. Like I've said a few times already with various readings, the way you view yourself and how you treat yourself is always going to take precedence in your mind over the way other people view you. Even if people are being absolutely horrible to you, those things can only really matter as much as you agree with it and internalize it. The way you view yourself is always going to be more impactful than anything anyone can ever say to you, even when it comes to people saying nice things about you. That's why it's so important to respect yourself. That's curious because I just posted a TikTok about what success looks like to me the other day. Hint, I'm not there. Well, you're only not there if you view yourself in that way, which I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I feel the same way about myself, but I think you're great, Alandria. And I do think you'll get to where you want to be. For sure. Just don't keep moving that goalpost of what success looks like, so that you're not like Charlie Brown and Lucy with the football, because that's what people do to themselves. You reach a milestone and then it's, well, yeah, I accomplished that, but I didn't do X, Y, and Z. And you're never going to be successful in your own mind if you keep doing that, because you're creating impossible goals for yourself. Because in your mind, the actual goal is to just beat yourself up. And you're achieving that greatly if that's all you want to do to yourself, you know? Like how I keep my artistic endeavors under wraps. I was thinking I hadn't actually posted a certain thingy yet. Never mind, I will never share my art for fear of falling. Well, like I said, please don't do that to yourself. Yes, you should post the things that you're working on. I would personally like to see them. And also, as I was saying, like, I know you're joking, but like I was saying during the reading, sharing your accomplishments is not arrogant or anything like that. I know a lot of people are afraid of that. It's only arrogant when you can only feel like you're successful by reveling in other people's lack of success. Or by making other people feel bad. This part I can get behind, stop being an arrogant prick. No. Does something broken? No. Does something catch fire? No. Does someone get injured or killed or sent to another life and got a long-ass isekai title? No, that's a success. Yeah, I mean, that is a pretty good way of looking at things as well. Like, I think a lot of people look at having a modest idea of what success looks like as some form of, like, cope. But it's actually very healthy. And positive for our minds to have modest ideas of success, because you will achieve more the more that you kind of pace yourself. Like, think about having a list of chores to accomplish, right? You feel like you've done a lot even if all you did was sweep a floor or whatever, but you cross something off your list. That is something absolutely worth being proud of, and it is something well achieved. So when you set modest goals for yourself, you will find yourself getting further and further to where you want to be, because you're not demotivating yourself by setting your sights too high to things that you can't fathomably get to, because you're not at a point where you are able to do that, which is fine, but you will get there. One day I'll post something. I appreciate it though. Yes, please do. All things in moderation, yes. Like how I hate that my mind was sharper when I was younger. Yeah, I think we all feel that way about ourselves, you know. At some point, we kind of feel like we are not where we were. And for some people, they actually get better, you know, as they get older, because they might have been in a darker place or something that kept them preoccupied when they were younger. So, yeah, you never really No, but the important thing is to always reevaluate your idea of what success means. Because even if you are, you know, super young and you have a great tailwind behind you in terms of talent or whatever, there are always things that can get in the way of what you want to achieve. So you always have to be flexible in terms of what you view as, you know, successful for your specific situation. So basically, I can't embody my inner Max Payne and talk in a noir fashion. I ain't slipping, mad, I'm slipped. I always wanted to play Max Payne. I played the demo way back then on one of those old freaking Xbox demo discs, but never actually played the full game. And I did hear that Remedy is remaking it, so hopefully I get to play it then. When I found you, you've pretty much seen me at my lowest. Is the card like when Adrian looks at other streamers and thinks they're more deserving of financial support? Listen, Augustine. There are some irrefutable facts. I'm just kidding. But yes, I am not above these messages as well. That is one reason why it is so good to to do this, because sometimes you need to feel a little called out, and it makes you realize certain things about yourself. To that end, I have actually, you know, thought about this recently, but I may not be where I want to be as a streamer, but the community that I have managed to somehow gather, you know, all of you, I've been way beyond successful in that metric, and that makes me really happy. And I would rather have a community like all of you than have tons of followers and, you know, donations and all this stuff when I can't stand the community that I've herded together, you know what I mean? Especially because the relationships that I have formed with many of you makes us far more worthwhile than any kind of monetary reward. Don't worry, the goalpost hasn't moved in years. Well, Alandria, you will get to where you want to be, I'm sure of that. Crap, did I come at the end? No, actually, I've just been yapping for a very long time. We're about to get to the game, so you're just in time, Sally, and welcome in. Yes, Sally, hold on, let me show you something. I had a talk with Nightbot, and now we can do this. So exactly what you were asking for is here. Adrian is not soon to confirm. So you now have the power. My dreams came true, yeah. Alright. I'm going to switch us over to the game now. Thank you everybody for being patient through all of my yapping. Let's see how many pieces of evidence and how much progress we can collect before it is time to get off. And since you're sending me to eat, I'll serve myself some ice cream. That's what I like to hear. Take your time, Sally. Alright, we were on our way to try to find Tetsuhiko.
Wow. Hey. Yes.
Coup did it. Wait, what just happened? I forgot I had auto set. Mommy, I want to eat a meat bun.
Yes.
Right, let's buy some for Daddy too and head home. Gotta stay trendy. Okay. Thank you for the reading. This indeed is helpful. I'm happy to hear that. Now, it is funny that you bring up like being kudere, because I was actually thinking the other day about how did you blue sky? No, I did not. Thank you for reminding me. I completely forgot. Okay. Now I did. Thank you. But yeah, I was thinking the other day about, like, one thing I have noticed about myself is, I mean, I'm sure all of you can tell as well, I am a very calm person. And I think the way that I talk...
I might not mind helping you here and there if you came to me once in a while.
I literally always ask you for help, Shinigami, relax. But yeah, I do think that rubs a lot of people the wrong way.
There's something I'd like to ask you. Did some guy come around here and hit on you?
Which you can't do anything about. Did you realize you're kude? I think I just realized that I might have I don't know if this is the right terminology for me specifically, but I was watching the VTuber, she works for Hololive, Oro Crony, and she was actually kind of talking about her experience as somebody who has like a flat affect, like, you know, you don't really show much emotion when you talk, or you're like very calm in the way that you speak, and how a lot of times that makes people think that you're bored or uninterested in the things that they have to say, or, you know, it just pisses them off or whatever, because I guess people generally prefer when people are more animated and boisterous and loud or whatever. So it can rub people the wrong way when you are quiet and calm, and yeah, that did resonate with me and my experiences a lot, and how people often misinterpret my level of interest or enthusiasm just because I am rather calm. So yeah, it did make me just kind of put that in perspective hearing that the other day.
Yeah. Do you know him?
Yeah, I do. I'm looking for him right now. Do you remember how he was dressed?
I think he was wearing black boots. And also... Sorry, I don't remember. If he had any accessories on, I think I would have noticed it.
I see. So he wasn't wearing any accessories. Do you know which way he went?
I ignored him and he left. I think he went down that alley. Anything else?
That's all. Thank you for your help.
That's one reason I like VTubing. It helps with the anxiety of facial expression that I have. Yeah, I can totally understand that. There are a lot more customers in Ginma than Kamisaki, just like I thought. The hell you want? I'm busy here. Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. I'll be on my way. Oi, hold it. You want to buy some flowers? Flowers? This Kamisaki types don't really care about bouquets.
I see.
Oh, you're a florist. He doesn't look it, though. Yeah, I didn't think he was referring to flowers there at all. IRL, I just exaggerate my expressions to blend better. Yeah, I understand what you mean. It's exhausting trying to, try to express the level of interest that other people, want from you. Wait, he wasn't selling flowers? Wait, hold on, let me Let me go back. Does he say something different if I talk to him again? Welcome back, Sally. Oh, same thing. Okay, we spoke to her.
Excuse me, but did a man talk to you around here by any chance?
Hey, welcome back, Naka. Is Shinny still teasing you, or is she finally helping you? She's still pissed. She is still pissed.
The one in a red coat? Yes, he asked me what type of men I'm into.
I've been trying to find him. Do you remember any of his features?
He didn't really leave much of an impression. Wasn't my type.
I see.
Sorry I couldn't help. Oh, I just remembered something. I told him I like people who can dance. So he said he was going to practice and ran off toward the art gallery.
He said he was going to practice dancing? I see. Thank you.
How desperate is this guy?
Sure thing. Good luck with your search.
Alright, so he's wearing black boots and a red coat. And might even be dancing. So they're blocking the path here. I can't go over there.
Excuse me, I'd like to ask you something. Did some guy around here hit on you?
Yeah. So what? Do you know him or something?
Yes, something like that. I've been trying to find him. Could you describe what he looked like?
I was interested, so I don't really remember. I think he was wearing a big red raincoat and blue jeans.
Wait a minute, this is just a Carmen Sandiego mission? You know, I wouldn't doubt if they were taking from that. That would be funny. Yima, you're too educated. Just squeeze through the crowd. Easy win.
After I rejected him, he crossed the street. He's probably hitting on someone else.
A red raincoat and blue jeans. Did they have any unusual designs?
Now that you mention it, the coat had a white line on the back.
I see. Thank you.
I don't know how else to phrase this, but I think you should choose better friends.
Right. I'll think about it.
So he's been running around just literally trying with any woman that he sees. Alright, let's cross over this way. Other cat says hi. Tell your cat that the cursed ones say hi as well. Look at this guy. Despite the fact that this guy is getting down, I don't think that is him. I think it's this one right here. Yep. We found our man.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So he legitimately came over here to just start practicing dancing, thinking that he was going to become a professional at this in seconds so he could go and dance in front of her.
Huh? You need something?
Is that Yasuhiko?
I think so. No, wait, no, wait.
Yasuhiko?
The boots are wrong.
Yasuhiko? Who's that?
Sorry, I got
The
wrong
text box
person.
was blocking it. I didn't realize it. Oh, there's another one over here. That's you.
This dance step is easy. What do you want?
Is that Tetsuhiko?
Bro watched too much Animal Planet. Little bro thinks he's gonna riz someone by dancing in front of her.
Tetsuhiko?
Huh? Tetsuhiko, you say?
Did I get the wrong person?
No, we've got the right guy.
Damn. The rookie, of all people, saw through my disguise.
Thank goodness. It was Tetsuhiko after all.
What do you want from me, rookie? Don't tell me you're dragging me back to the agency. Oh, you can't restrain me. I am the champion of freedom. You want to tell me what to do? You're on. Just try and make me.
I feel like his title of what he is changes with whatever his mood is.
That's not why I'm here. I mean, there's something I need your help with.
No, he was not, Tetsuhiko was not one of the, detectives on the train. He is one of the others that actually did make it into the city and was on the, submarine with us. He's one of the other, current living master detectives.
Huh? Help? With what?
Well... So, what do you think? Would it be too difficult?
Great job, rookie. That's awesome.
Huh?
An all-girl school, huh? Just hearing that divine phrase can purify my soul, transforming me into a saint.
Alright, bro.
Alright, I'll gladly help you out. I, the superstar detective, am at your service.
Wait, maybe we shouldn't bring him to the school, yeah.
Huh? You'll really help?
Oh, come on, we're pals, aren't we? But man, let's talk like the old buddies we are.
Huh?
Oh yeah, of course you can, Augustine.
Anyway, there's still time before class is out. Alright, let's go eat. My treat?
No way! I mean, are you sure?
Come on, Yuma.
Don't be shy, just follow me, rookie. So, what does the girls' school smell like? Come on, tell me, man.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Those ulterior motives aren't so ulterior. Gross. I wish all humans would just die.
Now that I've found Tetsuhiko, all that's left is to head for Etheria Academy. Once we enter the school, we'll be there for a while. I'd better wrap up any other business I have now.
Alright, I think we're good to go on that. I think I did all the side quests. Let me take a look at the map one more time. Yeah, there's no points of interest. Think we're good. More like Creeper Eco, yeah. I will make a save just in case I'm wrong about that before we head over to the school, but I think I'm good to go. Right now there's 3 cats, 5 dogs, 2 indoor rabbits. Rabbits are so cute. Let me look around real quick, see if there's any of those conversation memories around here. Okay, I don't see anything here. Doesn't hurt to check, though. Oh wait, here it is. I had a feeling one had to have been around. To think that something so awful happened in such a magnificent castle like school. As a pervert, Master, does your interest really lie in the case or the girls attending this place? I think you have the wrong person, Shinigami. Why would you even think that? I think you mean to say that to the guy standing next to me.
Wow, look! They're everywhere. High school girls so young and cute!
Alright, I might have to kill you myself.
This is heaven. Should I really have brought him here?
No, I think we made a grave mistake.
Yuma!
Kiriko is in your party. Are you sure you want to continue?
Yuma, you really came! I was nervous throughout my classes, thinking you might have stood me up.
I wouldn't ditch you like that. I'll see the job you requested of me to the very end.
I knew I could count on a master detective.
About that... Listen, the truth is...
Wait, Yuma, something's wrong. There's a suspicious person over there.
A very suspicious
that's
person.
My senior. Or a friend, I guess.
It might be better to just address him as a colleague and avoid personal association with him.
Huh? Is he also a master detective? He's not what I expected. Why is he staring at the other students?
He's preparing to use his forte, I think?
Huh? Oh, what's up? Are you talking about me? You must be Kurumi. I heard all about you from Yuma. I'm the superstar detective Desuhiko Thunderbolt. Whoa! Nice to meet you.
Sure.
Now about the details of the job.
The look that Yuma was giving him was perfect.
If possible, I'd like to see where it happened in person. Do you think we can get inside?
He gives me the vibes of a living booger straight out of the nose. Hey, welcome in, Wilby. Yay, it's my favorite cursed witch, the one, the only, Adrian the Amazing. Thank you so much, Wilby. How are you doing tonight?
So you're starting the investigation. It may be hard for an outsider to get in the school. Even family members can't enter without a teacher's permission.
Wow, looks like you're in trouble already. But I've come fully prepared to save my lost little kittens. Just watch. Yeah. Whoop. You come too.
Me too?
Don't worry about it. Just let me help.
What, am I going to end up in a disguise too? Oh my god.
Teacher?
This game makes me think of Danganronpa. It's by the same creator. And the same artist. Designed the characters and stuff, so you're not wrong, Wilby. That's why you're getting the same vibe. It is also a game in which you solve murder cases and stuff like that, except you're a detective in this game rather than a unwilling participant in a death game. So did he just have those outfits perfectly in Yuma's size as well? Apparently so. This is the best game ever, don't need to see anything else. It's literally the same school outfit from Yukiko and Persona 4. I was thinking that our outfit looks very similar, yeah.
It's me, Superstar Detective Tetsuhiko.
Huh? So the cute girl next to you is Yuma?
Oh, why me?
Are you really the same people? You didn't just switch out with someone?
Me? If someone talks to you on your way home, don't follow them, okay?
Just kidding. This is my forte, disguise. I seared the image of this lady teacher into my mind as I passed her by earlier.
Amazing! So this is the forte of a master detective.
I know, right? Isn't my voice just irresistible? I'll let you be my fan.
Oh my god.
If you join the after party, I'll even whisper in your ear if you want.
Yuma, you're so cute.
Dude.
Now we'll just look like friends when we're together.
Vanishing.
Yeah.
Hey! Wait for me! I don't want some flat-chested uggo as a friend!
Oh my god. Shinigami, please.
We should be good now. Let's go inside.
Yeah, like an undercover investigation.
Be sure to go straight home.
Oh yeah, you'll notice in this chapter that the portraits are artistically different. They were trying to go for a shoujo slash slice of lifestyle kind of thing to match the setting. I was wondering about that because I noticed a different look for the teacher that he's disguised at. It's very cool. Adrian could for sure pull off that outfit, gets the pen right. I would actually like to see that. I would not be against seeing what that would look like.
Okay.
There's too many artists in chat.
Aiko jumped off the roof of this school building.
Why don't we go up to look?
How about we visit the theater club first? We're about to do a rehearsal on the school stage right now.
We can all make it happen. Oh my god.
This school even has its own theater, huh?
You know, I was gonna say something Naka, but never mind. I gotta finish with my sketch first. Schoolgirl witch contest. Art challenge. That's all jaw cross-dressing each mean. I do have a piece in progress too. Oh my god.
That's right. If we go there, you can see what it's like at the club Aiko attended.
Let's take a look while we still can.
You take care of that. I'll go check another spot.
Another spot? You're not coming with us?
Please tell me you're actually gonna do detective work and not...
I stand out
Be a
when I
creep.
carry the backpack. I need to hide it someplace safe first. Don't worry about me and, do what you gotta do. I've set up your shot, so you better not miss. See you later, my man.
I think he's misunderstanding something. Is it really okay for him to go off on his own?
Look at Yuma's face right there. Amazing. I just finished, I get to start now, yay. I was trying to draw Cyberpunk Adrian too. Yes, I love the piece that you created. I was just changing his clothes, mine was very normal. No, we let him roam free, yeah. We're gonna, end up having to, call the cops. Yeah, I was gonna say, we'll end up killing the killer in the labyrinth, but we'll have to, arrest Tetsuhiko for being a creep. Yuma is tired, yeah. Look at that face.
Let's go, Yuma. Oh, wait. Do you have a girl name now?
Yuma's fine.
Shinigami. Come on. God, I love the way the school looks. Yeah, see again in this fan. He said there's candy chat. What should I do? Call the cops on Tetsuhiko. From Yuma to Yumiko. Yeah, honestly, like... I know, I'm not trying to leave. I'm just looking around. I really like the way this place looks. I said it before, but I'm only on chapter 2 of this game, which seems to be quite lengthy, and I already want a sequel. Because I love Danganronpa to death, and I'm so glad that we're getting Danganronpa 2x2, which I can't wait for, and after this, I do think I will probably end up playing that on stream. But this, like the ability to go to the different areas and stuff like that and actually explore these environments, I really love it. Because like in Danganronpa, you get to, you know, get used to the environments in a really intimate fashion because you're running around the same place a lot. And the schools that you get trapped in do have a lot of personality. Don't get me wrong. But I do love the variety of being able to explore the different places that comprise Kanai Ward. It's so much fun. At this point, the cops aren't doing shit, just kill off Tetsuhiko. I mean, I'm sure they actually would want to, since he's a master detective. Kodaka has expressed interest in making a sequel in the past, so I hope he does so. Oh my god, yes, please. Please do. I actually don't know how this game performed. I hope it sold well. I know the 100 line ended up doing very well, because he was saying, like, if that game underperformed, that his studio would have went under. But apparently, according to him, Last Defense Academy did very, very well. So I'm hoping that that means we get another one of these games. Yuma, do what is best. Pull out the 9mm and please save women everywhere.
The theater hall is this way. Follow me, Yuma.
Can I just...
This place.
This is classroom 1-1. Several students are chatting happily inside. Wait, don't leave without me. Going into a busy classroom right now might compromise the investigation. Better stay out. Barbie blaster time. Sold 300k in 1 month in, so apparently it did well. Okay, that is great to hear. Yeah, that is really good for this kind of game, definitely. The twist is Yuma is a killer in the end because he did what is right.
Wow, it's very proper, like a real theater.
Right? The whole school gives a lot of attention to the theater club. There are 4 performances throughout the year, and people outside of the school sometimes come to watch.
It's kind of surprising because Kanai Ward does not strike me as a city that would respect the arts. Hold on, I recognize this song. Yeah. I don't know the name of it, but yeah, it's a real song. I thought TikTok was playing because of the soundtrack. Yeah, it gets used in a lot of viral videos and stuff. If he transforms back after, no one will know.
Kanai Ward doesn't have many options for entertainment, so our school's theater is very popular. That's why the battle to be the main lead is so intense. The star of the theater club becomes the star of Kanai Ward.
So it's seen as much more than a club activity.
Yes, this isn't just a single page of our youth. Everyone's competing as if their lives depend on it. A lot of them come from affluent or powerful families and take pride in being members of the elite.
Sounds like everyone's always on edge.
They're very graceful and don't show their true feelings while on stage, though. Shall we go in?
Welcome. How may I... Oh, if it isn't Kurumi.
Yeah!
Yeah, I invited my friend to come see the play. How nice. I hope you both enjoy it. Yeah, thank you. Wait, are you... She knows?
Hey!
Interested in performing? Even the inexperienced are welcome.
No.
No, I think I'll pass.
Yeah.
There are lots of notices about concerts and recitals. Several of them are related to theatrical performances.
Well?
It is the theater hall, so there's obviously going to be a bunch of play-related stuff.
Hey!
This is...
The statue is amazingly intricate. What do you know about art? What do you know about art, Shinigami?
Excuse me?
Wonder what kind of play they'll put on this time. I'm sure it'll be terrific. You think so too, don't you?
Yes.
Sure.
Wow!
Right? I'm so excited. I hope it starts soon.
Oh!
There are posters for Academy festivals and performances. Maybe this one is currently playing?
Aww.
A senile detective who doesn't even know the date. Sounds pretty useless. Looking closely, the dates are completely different. This poster is for an upcoming show. God, Shinigami really hates us in this chapter.
Yeah.
There are lots of notices about concerts and recitals. Several of them are related to theatrical performances.
Well?
Okay. Same as the other one.
Yeah!
You can get to the stage through those huge doors. And I guess the same over here?
Yeah!
Okay. Alright, let's go in. I can tell you right now, the general, yeah, me being a bit too sensitive, I sped through this chapter because I didn't like it. Oh yeah, her just being mean. Yeah, telling you right now, the nature of the school is a perfect powder keg for murder. Everybody is, always on edge. Everybody has a reputation to uphold. Everybody thinks that they're better than everybody else because they are all children of people who are in high standing. Yeah, this was always going to be the perfect place for somebody to commit murder. This song is alright, but if I am listening to classical, I want to listen to Beethoven's first, Moonlight Sonata. I love Moonlight Sonata. Funny, that is a song that has followed me around for most of my life, actually. Including in Resident Evil.
Everyone's so busy, they didn't even notice us coming in without permission.
What's been in the game is Chopin, right? I can't remember. I think so.
This is the stage rehearsal after all. It's treated like the main performance itself. They leave the curtains open and allow people to watch. More students should show up to watch shortly.
I'm not used to this atmosphere. It makes me nervous.
Why are you getting nervous when you won't even be on stage? We're only here to find out the truth behind Aiko's death. Let's search carefully.
Yeah, I think it's Chopin, my favorite pianist. Yeah, you can play the piano, can't you, Sally?
Wait, that's no way to talk to a master detective. Sorry, I'm starting to talk to you like any other friend.
I mean, that's not a bad thing. That's actually better for our disguise.
It's alright. It helps me blend in.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Huh? So it's alright to be friendlier? I'll go all out if you don't mind.
Sure.
I wish you were dead. I wish you'd die in a lake with your feet sticking out.
Jesus Christ. You really are, you. Well, I sound like a 7-year-old that smashes the keys, but yeah, I could play every Resident Evil save from... Oh, okay, first of all, I highly doubt you sound like that. But, I like how you just casually drop that little detail. That is something that, next time you stream, if you are able, I would love to hear that. But my god, Shinigami. Is it Yuri if one person is in disguise?
Oh, Yuma. All 4 of them are here together right now.
All 4? What do you mean?
All 4 suspects.
The 4 members of the theater club that I think have something to do with Aiko's death.
Yep.
See? They're on stage right now. The 2 in costumes are the main leads this time. The blonde, high-class-looking girl on the right is Karen. The impish-looking one on the left is the other protagonist, Waruna. Below the stage is the honor student, Yoshiko. The one keeping a low profile in the windbreaker is Karane.
So you think those 4 are suspicious? But why?
I have my reasons. Look at Karen, the classy one. Her beauty is unbelievable for a high schooler.
To answer your question, Augustine, yeah, exactly. Elandria just answered it, yeah. Shinigami is jealous, and she thinks that Yuma likes, Kurumi. And so she keeps wishing death upon us. Sorry, internet went out. I'm on the phone now. Don't worry about it, Sally. I was just saying before that next time you stream, I'd love to hear you, play the Safe Room themes on your piano if you're able to. If that's, you know, something you're able to do. But I'm sorry to hear about your internet. If you end up having to go because of that, you know, just let me know. It's perfectly fine. I got banished, Shinigami.
The moment Aiko was gone, she had no problem climbing to the top.
Well, she definitely looks like a textbook mean girl.
She has a strong fervor for acting, and seems to have no interest in making friends with others. I suppose you could say she's the uncooperative type who only thinks about herself.
Yep, exactly what I was thinking would be the case. I knew it. Nocturne up 9, number 2. Ah. I mean, she did claim Yuma was staring someone a responsible detective shouldn't have been.
Her father has a lot of influence in real estate, so he applies lots of pressure too.
So you think that's why she took down Aiko to become the main lead?
I hate to say it, but I think it's possible.
It's true that this Karen does have extraordinary grace to her, but I think that dour look on her face reveals her inner thoughts. Am I really walking down the right path? Did I wind up somewhere I'm not meant to be? I can almost hear her thinking that. In some ways, she's a lot like me.
Huh? How are you alike? You sure don't look classy yourself.
I'll ignore that.
The other lead, Waruna, is the kind that only does what she wants on her own terms. But she can play any role like she's a true genius. She's still rough around the edges according to critics, but she doesn't seem to care about what others think of her.
Why do you suspect her?
She's the kind who doesn't hold back when it comes to getting what she wants, and doesn't care what anyone thinks.
I wouldn't mind, but my microphone takes the sound of the piano like it's garbage and it sounds awful. No, I can definitely understand that. Yeah, if it's not something you're able to do, then no worries. That's the same reason, well, one of the reasons why I don't think it's feasible for me to do a guitar stream. It would just be too difficult to rig the sound and stuff like that. I'm not that knowledgeable about that, so yeah, no worries. If at some point in the future it becomes feasible, though, I would love to hear that.
As you can imagine, she's always butting heads with someone. Lorna would never admit defeat, ever. That's why everyone else is afraid of her. And she only talks to a few girls who follow her around. If someone with that kind of pushy personality got into an argument with Aiko...
You're saying it's not out of character for her to take more drastic measures.
Donation for guitar, Mike, when? Yeah, maybe when I get a job and buy a decent microphone. Yeah, if that day, you know, comes that you're able to obtain a microphone, that would be good for it. I can't wait to hear it. And I know I've said this before, but I do continue to wish you luck, as I have no doubt you'll be able to finally get a job. I'm just sorry that it's been so difficult for you. Seems like it's been the case pretty much everywhere.
Yes.
It's a bit of a stretch, but considering how she did become one of the main leads, she could be considered suspicious.
That's Yoshiko below the stage. She's an actress, but she's managing the stagehands as production assistant this time. Everyone is talking about how Kaden will be the next big star. But within the theater club, Yoshiko is more popular by an overwhelming degree.
Thanks, I hope so. I got 3 letters of rejection today. I hate to hear that, but yeah, I do wish you the best of luck. Please keep at it. You are not the only person that I know that is going through the same thing. It's just the way that the world is right now. Not that I have to explain that to you. I know that you definitely know. It's not an ideal time, but I do hope you're able to find something soon. Any place would be very lucky to have you.
She prioritizes the team over the individual. She's a kind, mild-mannered honor student. The only reason the theater club is able to function is thanks to her leadership.
Are you also searching for a dev job like me? It's a pain so far. The world is rough right now, hoping for your good luck soon, yeah. When you say dev, Emerald, are you talking like game dev or just like tech development?
And you think someone like her could have killed Aiko?
I don't personally suspect her that much, but Aiko used to be the club's leader. After she died, Yoshiko picked up right where she left off. I believe she's the only one who could ever take over Aiko's role.
Yes, I'm tired of looking for a junior position that doesn't need 5 years of experience. Yeah, that's pretty much everything, and it's infuriating. It's pretty much, like, who you know, essentially. Because even if you fit those qualifications, they still don't care. Tech development, I guess. I've seen Sally code on stream, similar to that. And everything is Java, Spring Boot, goddammit. Thanks, I hope I can hit whatever crap gives me experience soon. God, I wish I could code. You guys are all very cool and talented. And I'm sorry that you are struggling to find stuff, because once again, any place would be very, very lucky to have you all.
Yoshiko maybe felt Aiko had what she thought was rightfully hers.
But would she resort to murder to change that?
I don't want to believe she would, but I can't say it's impossible. Kurane, the one in the wings wearing the windbreaker, manages the light since she wasn't chosen for a lead role. But when it comes to pure acting ability, she's one of the best. I guess you could say her acting method is distinct. Like, she's the only one who can do what she does.
Appreciated, of course. Don't learn, I only use it for dumb things like making a game from scratch. That is not dumb at all, Wilby. That is something that I would absolutely love to do. I'm just unfortunately, I should say rather, unable to wrap my head around it. Because believe me, with all of the video game ideas that I have, if I knew how to code, I would already have several projects released already. Unfortunately, one of my many curses is that I have the ambition for things that I have no capability of actually doing, unfortunately.
She's kind of gloomy. Or it's more like no one really knows what she's thinking. She's often alone in class too.
Do you think she's also a suspect?
She always aims for the lead role. Besides, who knows what she's thinking?
So you're saying maybe she actually despised Aiko and tried to take out her competition?
Maybe. It's why I consider her another suspect.
Is Shinigami sleeping? I'd love to make a game, but it's hard to make them, it seems. Yeah. Especially because, outside of the technical aspect, I mean, you need to know how to be able to make models, draw, create music, and all this stuff. You know, that is if you can't hire people for that. And it is a rare person that can be as multi-talented as Toby Fox, for example. To recap, it's Karen, the one with the angry look on her face, Waruna is the aggressive one, Yoshiko is the honor student, and Kurane is a silent backstage helper. Start doing game mods, and then with some experience, start doing games by yourself. Yeah, that is good advice.
I see. Alright then. The main leads are Karen and Waruna. There's also Yoshiko, the group leader, and Kurane, the distinctive one.
The issue is just me not even trying. Well, maybe something to pursue at some point. Because I do think you would make a really good game.
And in your eyes, Kurumi, you find them all suspicious?
I'm sure they'd be mad if they heard me, but yes, I do. Though the four of them are rivals, they weren't particularly hostile to each other before. However, after Aiko passed away, they started fighting for the main role. They all rarely speak to each other now.
That's intense. It's true that it does seem suspicious. So, did you gather all that information yourself, Kurumi?
Only if you make it with me. I mean, I would love that. But I do feel like I would drag down anybody working on that kind of thing. I think I've mentioned before that I did serve as lead writer on 2 canceled, actually, I think it was more than 2, actually, independent game projects, but it wasn't my fault that things didn't work out. It was just unfortunately a lot of circumstances that led to the cancellation. Video game development is really difficult, but I mean, I would love to try that. I'll drag myself down first. You can't do much worse. What kind of games would you guys make if you could? So, I mean, it's probably obvious to say, but I have a lot of ideas for horror games. But I also have had a lot of ideas for RPGs as well. I also had an idea for a platformer as well a long time ago. And I feel also visual novels would be fun to make. Yeah, be like Yuma and try your best. Lies and slander, I think you'd do great. It's unfortunate but very cool you were part of it. Yeah, it was definitely an educational experience to kind of see what it's like being on the inside of that kind of production. And shows you how important the dynamics of the team actually are. Which is obvious, but yeah, things can definitely hinge upon workflow, schedule, and leadership. Horror games, you say? Oh yeah, definitely. I've long had an idea for a something inspired by Resident Evil that I'm actually currently working on, but designing it as more of a book right now because I can't make games. But yeah, I've had other horror ideas as well, but that is just one that I've had in the chamber for a very long time. We will drag you up again. Yes, exactly. I still have that. Adrian knows the game. He wants to play it on stream. A horror point and click. I always forget the name. I still have the story in mind and everything. Mash everything together. RPG with strong survival and cooking elements. A cozy fantasy style paired with horror vibes, so plenty of adventure too. There aren't enough horror RPGs. That would definitely be fun as well. I think Parasite Eve is probably the most prolific. There's also this game that came out on the Wii a long time ago that I wanted to get but was never able to, called Fragile Dreams, Farewell to the Moon, I think it's called. Very beautiful looking game. Shadowgate, yes. That game, that is one I intend to play on stream. I need to get the bundle it's a part of on Steam. That is a game I do intend to play. The game is a massive part of my childhood and definitely inspired me in several ways. In terms of my love for horror, dark aesthetics, all kinds of other stuff. It is also quite funny to play because everything kills you in that game. I do mean everything. Someone get this man a programmer and an artist stat. I wish. See, I'm one of those people that, like, if I had tons of money, I would just blow it on just doing fun projects and stuff. Even running out of freaking torches kills you? Yes. Yeah, I always love that. Because you're so clumsy that the second your torch goes out, you trip over yourself and just hit the ground and crack your skull. Yeah, there's a lot of funny deaths in that game, Melandria. When I do get it and play it on stream, there's one I'll demonstrate to you immediately. It's the one that makes me laugh the most because it's just so stupid. Shaking my head, if only I was rich.
To tell you the truth, I joined the theater club after Aiko's death in hopes of finding out what really happened.
You're really determined, huh?
I am. I won't give up until I discover the truth behind Aiko's death.
She must have been devastated by the loss of her friend, but she still found a way to push herself forward.
Couldn't you do stupid stuff like eat a glass flask or stab yourself? Yes. Yeah, you can.
of this to find the truth. I see. Sometimes the truth can be a goal that helps you press onward. Then I need to do what I can to help her. I have to find the truth behind this case.
On the other hand, some truths make you want to die when you discover them.
Be quiet. Besides, even if that were the case, if I let the truth be buried like this, more bad things could happen. That's why I'm going to help her find the truth. It's my duty as a detective.
I was dumb enough to eat a rotten egg in RE5 because I was desperate for heals. Yeah, I died. That is some desperation, Elandria.
Will you stop confusing detectives with heroes? Regardless, I have nothing to do with this, so whatever.
For someone who has nothing to do with it, you sure have some strong opinions.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Kurumi! You came at the right time! We're short-handed right now. We could use some help in the wings. You mind lending a hand? Huh? But I'm...
Oh, don't mind me. I'll walk the stage from here.
Then I'll go help. Let's meet back here once I'm done. Who's the cutie? A classmate? Yeah, something like that. Where have you been hiding such a cute girl? Why don't you invite her to the theater club? Right.
For the record, the actual contents of this play are not important. You only need to pay attention during the acting parts. Got it. The waste bag used in the theater club belongs to Yoshiko. It's designed by a brand from outside Kanai Word that Pucci also adores. Poor Pucci. Alright, let's take a look at this.
Looks like it's about to begin. She said this would be just like the actual performance. I wonder what it's like.
Thank you for the thinking cap, Shuri.
Hello, everyone!
Oh my god.
Thank you for coming by after school when everything's so busy.
Desirito? What is he doing?
Before the theater club starts their performance, there's something I want everyone to hear. It's my debut song! I've practiced so much for this big day! Here it goes! Give me the spotlight! Hey!
He's so dumb.
Now we will begin the Theory Academy's Theater Club rehearsal performance.
My god, I love Haruhi. Shuri. It's one of my favorite shows of all time.
What if they see through your disguise?
Yeah, The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. That is one of my favorite anime of all time. One of the most influential for me, personally. Debut, yes, gang, put him into graduation. Like, what happened to the regular teacher then? Did he just stuff her in a closet somewhere so she won't interfere? I'm just imagining her, like, being tied up like Mr. Krabs in the episode of SpongeBob when, Squilliam was coming to the Krusty Krab.
Oh, come on, man. What's wrong with a little fun? A star always wants to stand on stage.
Oh, when you arrive, the teacher he is impersonating was shown leaving the school. Oh, okay, got it. I was thinking the inspector in Ratatouille.
You're kidding me. Even if your disguise is perfect, that was reckless of you.
Oh, it's fine to be reckless and my disguise is perfect. Damn, ruined my chance for an amazing debut.
Anyway, the performance is about to start.
I knew
Here's
I would
Moonlight
find
Sonata.
you here, Natasha. I knew you would come, Anatoly. You have not changed at all in the past 10 years. Nay, you have become even more beautiful. You, however, have changed. Your face is scarred and you look stern.
Jill, help. Come on, Jill. No, I think we need Chris's rendition of Moonlight Sonata.
I've longed for the days we spent here together. Back then, the world shone bright in the colors of the rainbow. But now, the only world I see is colored with crimson, draped in the blood of my fallen comrades. Behold, even my own hands are stained red. Yet, you are still pure, unchanged from that day. You really believe I have not changed? In truth, I had no choice in the matter. But because I did change, I chose to remain as I once was. I see. These 10 years were long for us both indeed.
Within the tall, white walls, a clear fountain and colorful flowers decorated the garden. This garden was the world to these two young girls. They held hands and ran through the sunflower field. They sang to the blue sky and wore white clover crowns they had given one another. The sunset was ever golden. Even the rare rain glittered brightly. The world was perfect. Everything shone like the shimmer in a rainbow. At the very least, that was how it was within these walls. The two sisters, Anatoly and Natasha, were princesses of a 300-year-old kingdom to the far west. Since birth, they had never gone beyond the castle walls. Their youths were spent together alone. Sisters by birth, they had a happy life together. But one day, their peace abruptly ended. A rebellion struck. The military took the castle and declared the start of a new nation. Royal family members who resisted were executed, and their corpses hung in the garden. The castle walls were destroyed, and the flowers trampled. Anatoly and Natasha escaped the castle at night thanks to their servants. But amidst the chaos, the two sisters were separated. Their hands brushed against each other. It would be the final time they ever touched. Natasha was hidden in a neighboring small nation. An ally of old, the princess was welcomed with the highest honor. However, Anatoly continued her journey of escape with the remaining members of the royal family. They traveled the frontier to avoid pursuers as they searched for a land of peace. As they continued down this path, their comrades fell one after another. 10 years have passed since.
Their performance is so intense in person, I can't take my eyes off the stage. Oh. Oh.
My god, you two.
Was that Yoshiko? Maybe she went to the restroom.
I took up the sword for the first time after I left the castle. It was also the first time I killed.
Wouldn't it be something if somebody died on stage right now?
witnessed a soldier's dying moments? As blood flows from open wounds, all you'll hear is a death rattle. Men speak proudly of honor and pride, but those vanish when you're on the battlefield.
Over the span of 10 years, Natasha was welcomed as the new head of state for a small neighboring nation. She knew full well that her lineage was being taken advantage of for the nation's development. However, she had no choice but to allow this to happen. Meanwhile, Anatoly traveled the land. She had grown to become a leader of the wandering warrior tribes in the region. The sword she had mastered to survive had become the hope for many. The fight to regain their homeland had begun for these two princesses. It all began when the former kingdom, now a military dictatorship, invaded the nation protecting Natasha. Natasha declared war, promising to regain control of her former castle. Seeing an opportunity, Anatoly rallied the people of the land to mount an invasion. They rode for the kingdom. At first, Natasha was disadvantaged, but the balance shifted upon uniting with Anatoly's forces. The enemy commanders saw the forces surrounding the castle. They knew there was no way to escape, and quickly surrendered. The war ended in a single day. And yet, people do not know of the 10 years of strife these two girls endured. The royal family was rebuilt, but the peace they had once known was not immediately restored. Natasha's forces desired control over the conquered kingdom. However, Anatoly's camp also sought control, having achieved many merits in battle. Though the two girls reached out to one another, their hands would never touch again. They were fated to strike each other down.
If we continue to fight, more blood will be spilled, weakening our nation.
Anyway, quietly redeem hydrate so as not to interrupt. I'll take a sip. Thank you.
Hence why only one of us shall be queen, and end this war. There is no path before us where we can walk hand in hand, as we did back then.
I know. I am prepared for what we must do. It's why I've waited here for you. Draw your sword. We shall now decide who is fit to become queen.
Drop the facade, Natasha. For these past 10 years, you sat on the throne as a princess. I know you know not how to wield a sword. I refuse to stain my hands with your blood. I could never will myself to kill you.
Outside concessions for shame.
But at this rate, the nation will perish. Draw your sword, Anatoly!
Natasha!
Whoa! Who turned out the lights? Well, I was asleep the whole time, so it was already dark anyway.
Is she talking in her sleep? That was weird. Wait, why am I wasting time thinking about it? The lights are on again. Back to the show.
Now, let us eat.
Yes, allow me to pass the plate.
Thank you, Anatoly.
The two spent time together again, for the first time in years. However, they could not run through the garden like they used to. Together, they carried the lives of tens of thousands on their shoulders. What was expected of the girls was no longer a crown of flowers, but a real crown instead.
If I could simply defer the throne to you and end it all, I would have done so in the beginning. A queen's crown would fit you better, Natasha. However, the war would not simply end there.
How did it end up this way? What are we supposed to do?
Natasha wept in anguish as Anatoly gently embraced her.
How wonderful it would be if we could flee somewhere together.
1 second, it's getting kind of cold in here. I'm just going to turn off the fan. Just a second. Thank you all for the redeems. Okay, I am back. I took some sips, and I stretched. Thank you. Alright, let's get back to this very, very interesting play. Thank you, Emerald.
But both knew full well that could not be. After a long silence and much internal strife, Natasha rose. She knew this could not go on forever, for the nation and for themselves.
Alright, chat. Let's start taking bets now. How much do you want to bet one of them actually drops dead here?
She invoked her nation's ancient tradition. A new queen would be chosen through a duel of cups and poison.
Let us end this, Anatoly.
Natasha, what do you intend to do?
I leave it for the heavens to decide who will survive. On the day we were separated, I was given this poison by our family in order to commit suicide. Switch the glasses around until I cannot tell which one has the poison in it. Once you are finished, I will reorder the glasses as well.
The Duel of Poisoned Cups. Very well. We shall ask God which of us deserves to survive. Though perhaps it will be the god of death that answers. Finished.
It is my turn then. I am ready.
I grant you the right to select a glass. I shall take the remaining one.
Very well.
Natasha, promise me. Promise, if you survive, you will bring peace to this kingdom. And be a bit more selfish in your personal life. That would balance things out, I think.
I also have something to say, Anatoly. If you survive, wear a dress fit for a queen, no matter how much you hate it. Well then, to the new queen. Cheers.
But... Lorna, are you alright? She's dead! She's really dead! Somebody call me if this happened!
What's wrong?
Culprit is not among us, one of the popular plays performed by Aetherius Theater Club. A mystery where 15 trapped men and women are drawn into a string of murder is unique in that the culprit lurks within the audience. That was some strong poison, yeah.
What happened? Is this part of the show?
No, I don't think so. I think this is real.
Then... that's a real corpse on the stage?
Tetsuhiko, this is where master detectives come in. We have to do something.
Oh, no. I can't deal with corpses.
Dude, are you serious?
Huh? Dead people's faces terrify me. I can't handle looking at them. And the blood. What's with the blood? It's all way too horrifying. I can't deal with gory stuff.
You're joking, right? You're a master detective.
But I'm not assigned to murders. I mainly handle undercover investigations and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'll leave this to you. I grant you the right to investigate the crime scene, rookie.
What?
I'll use my disguise ability and try to leave the panicking students out of here. I'll leave the rest to you.
Thanks for the help.
Everyone, stay calm! Let's all move into the hall in an orderly manner!
Yuma! What do I do? This is awful!
Stay calm, Kurumi. That wasn't an act just now, right?
That's not in the script. Kaden really coughed up blood. She's really dead.
Who could have thought a real murder would happen during a play?
Yeah. Yeah, who you're looking at right now is the one that died. Kaden. There's no way Tetsuhiko is a competent detective outside of his forte. Get this guy out of here. Here, drink this wine to calm down.
First Aiko and now Kaden? Is the school cursed?
Yuma, it's a murder case. But if the peacekeepers come, they'll just cover it up again. Please, I need your help. Please investigate this case, Yuma.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, I need to get to the body before they do.
All right.
I'm not sure if it will help, but can I tell you what I saw?
Stream is back, okay. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't even realize that I was so engrossed in what was happening. Hopefully it's better now. I don't even know why that happened. Very annoying.
Yes, please.
During the performance, I was doing odd jobs in the wings. Aside from the theater club members, there wasn't anyone wandering about, like an outsider. I mean, other than when Tetsuhiko jumped in right at the beginning of the play.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
Well, that's part of the investigation, right? You can't see everyone from the stage after all. Isn't that why he went up there? So he could memorize all the faces that were there?
Right.
I'm giving him too much credit.
I think he just wanted attention. But setting that aside, since she didn't see any outsiders, the only persons of interest are those within the theater club. I'll keep that in mind while taking a look around. I've done a few investigations already. I should be able to handle this now.
Yet you were hopelessly reliant on yours truly until now. I see it's not your brain making the decisions anymore.
The eyes are wide open from agony. The body is completely motionless. I can immediately tell she's dead. Though she displayed many expressions while acting, Her face is frozen in death in the end. This isn't an act. She was struck by an abrupt and unscripted death.
Was it poison?
That's most likely the case. There are no external injuries, and given the circumstances, she must have ingested poison. This will be tough to solve if that's the case. I know nothing about poison.
What? A detective who doesn't know his poisons? Don't tell me you're a poison virgin! Ew, gross! Well, you perverted little detective. Get on your knees and apologize, and maybe I'll teach you a thing or two. How about something like, I'm sorry, I should know my place. I can't live without you, Shinigami!
If she was murdered with poison while on stage, the poison must have been prepared somewhere else.
What did Yuma even do? He existed. That is the problem. Tragic accident, they really gotta stop storing the super poisons next to the props backstage.
I need to look for that while checking out anywhere else that seems suspicious.
Hey, don't ignore me, you jerk!
There are no external injuries, and given the circumstances, it's likely she died from drinking the poison. Very obvious, but what I do find interesting about this immediately is, first of all, from a like murder weapon perspective, it is very fitting that the killer used poison. Not just because of the play, but the most common murder weapon for women is usually poison. So it is kind of fitting, at least just based off of those statistics, that that is what somebody used here at an all-girls school. It obscures the, just based off of those stats alone, it obscures the potential culprit. Hidden twice over given the nature of the play. It gives them double coverage for not giving away who did it. You know what I mean? A very smart thing for this this killer to do. I wish someone put cyanide in Desuhiko.
Yep, it's a corpse.
So one of the girls sneaking in the middle of the act, yeah.
Not only is Aiko gone, but now Kaden too. Could this also be a fight for the lead role?
If so, those most suspicious are Kaden's rivals, Yoshiko, Waruna, and Kurane. Is the culprit one of those three? I need to find out if there was anything suspicious about them during the performance.
I'm also interested if there is anything in particular outlined in the script regarding the sequence of those lights. Because something that immediately stood out to me was the spotlight highlighting the poisoned cup first. Which may be nothing if it was always scripted for Kaden to be the one to drink first, and plus, of course, she did move her own glass to that position. Because if in the script there was a certain glass that was supposed to be lit first, I do wonder if maybe the killer could have intentionally like messed with the lights to highlight that one first. Going a little bit off script, if they were watching to see where the poisoned glass ended up. But I don't know. I guess we'll just have to keep seeing. Something else that I was thinking too is this is a very brazen kill. whoever did this definitely seems like they were quite pissed off and wanted this to be a spectacle. Because if they're the same person that killed Kurumi's friend, which, you know, may not be the case, given how the last case went, where we had 2 killers, could have been somebody else, but if they are the same killer, then they were definitely more covert in that first murder by staging it as a suicide. Whereas here, they were perfectly fine with this happening in such a public way. Especially as far as like poison goes, they could have easily chosen a poison that wouldn't have acted so quickly. My time to investigate dreams and pillows. I'll see you all next time. Have a good night. Have fun and take care. You too, Sally. Thank you for being here. Please do get some rest. Wait, you did it again. Eat your greens, yes. We should probably come up with some more variations on that command. Yeah, sorry, I'm full pilled with sleepy pills. Can't even write commands. No worries, Sally. Get some rest. Thank you, and have a good night. That is a good idea, Naka. I should probably also add a tuck-in command.
Kurumi in the wings the whole time, so perhaps she knows something about the others.
I come back and suddenly there's cannibalism. Who should I ask about? If the scene required them to switch around the glasses so much, how could they have guaranteed who died? Well, there's a couple of possibilities there. Number one, it wasn't a set designated victim, which is the most obvious possibility. And they were fine with taking out either of the two. Second is that one of them was in on it, and it either backfired, or they were able to complete the task, that is, that Waruna here was in on it and trying to kill Karen. Or... Because I was thinking also, there's a lot of different ways that they could have communicated with the person on the stage, right? Potentially giving signals from just off, like just out of sight. That's why I suspected the spotlight highlighting the poisoned cup first was interesting. But if it was in the script that Karen was always supposed to take the first sip, and that may not matter much. But yeah, I can think of a few possibilities, but I do want to gather a little bit more information first before coming up with a theory at this point, because there's both a lot of ways it could have been done, and also a lot of ways that are, you know, super far-fetched, so... Just poison the bottle beforehand. Yeah, that is also a possibility. But it would have killed both of them unless, again, Unless the intent was always just to take out one of them, because the other surely would not have been able to take the drink because of the first person having to recite their lines first, and with them having to wait before sipping as well. It always would have been one person dying like that. So... yeah, but as someone who has done a scene like this, you just shuffle it around at random to make it look more believable. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's definitely tricky right now if there was an intended target and it wasn't just, you know, one or the other and they didn't really care who took the sip. But given the nature of this and the seemingly impossible kills, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some method through which the killer was able to potentially communicate to Waruna if Waruna was also in on this, or if they were able to rig something up to intentionally set it up. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if there was something weird about the table or whatever. Yeah, not solid theories, just the way that Danganronpa is. And the way the past couple of cases have been, you know there's got to be something pretty intricate involved here. I'm sure they had a way of deciding or of making sure that the person they wanted to die got killed. We just got to find out how. Alright, who should we ask about first? Alright, let's ask about her because I want to know where she fucked off to during the show. I like these thoughts and deductions. It is fun sitting here trying to think about what they wanted to do and how they got it done. Makes sense, my dear Watson.
Before the incident occurred, do you know where Yoshiko was and what she was doing?
First killer mistake, the poison was too quick. It was a smaller dosage, it probably would have lasted 2 to 4 days. It would be a perfect kill without suspicion. Well, I don't think that was a mistake. That's actually why I mentioned before. It's very interesting to me that if the killer is the same person that killed Kurumi's friend on the roof, that they were able to stage that as a suicide, and a lot of that did come from the incompetence of the Peacekeepers, because of course, under further scrutiny, that would not have really stood as a suicide from the details that Kurumi told us, like her having prior plans, right? No suicide note, her shoes remaining on the roof, things like that. So yes, you could look at the scene and tell that it was not a suicide, but it has plausible deniability, right? The problem with this kill is that it was seemingly intended to happen right there on stage, which definitely depicts, or implies rather, a certain degree of rage. Like, they wanted her to be humiliated and they wanted her to die in such a violent fashion in front of a crowd. They weren't interested in doing this covertly, because if they were, they would have chosen a less destructive poison. Like you said, one that would not have acted that quickly or would have been that destructive. What if Karen was poisoned beforehand anyways? Yeah, that is also a possibility. That's why I said I don't want to theorize right now how they were able to do it on that, like, scene there, because we don't know what was going on backstage. She could have sipped something beforehand. There's a lot of different ways that the killer could have pulled this off. I really don't think this is as... I don't think it's going to be as impossible as it seems. But, guess we'll find out.
I didn't see Yoshiko in the wings. She may have been watching from the audience.
I also don't want to rule out Kurumi herself here. Not that, you know, upon first blush, I think she did it. But I could easily see a scenario in which, if she's trying to achieve justice for her friend, that she might have she might have done this to create a scenario in which the truth ends up coming out about it. But if it was Desuhiko, just to be safe, I think we should publicly execute it.
Oh, right. Speaking of which, during the performance, I noticed Yoshiko walking down the aisle. I thought she was coming back from the restroom, but I didn't see her take her seat. What if she wasn't part of the audience? Where could she have been?
Yuma noticed Yoshihiko walking down the aisle between audience seating during the performance. Alright, tell me about Kurane.
What about Kurane? Did she seem strange before the incident occurred?
I haven't seen Kurane. She was working up above the whole time.
Above? Oh, she was managing the lights then.
There's a catwalk above to adjust the lights, and that's where Kurane was supposed to be. So I didn't see her in the wings. There's another girl handling the lights, so it would be helpful to speak to her.
Okay, see what I mean? Could be a coincidence, but I do think it's very interesting that the spotlight did illuminate the poisoned cup first, but... Okay.
Kurumi, did you notice anything suspicious about Warana while you were watching from the wings?
As far as I can tell, Warana was just her usual self. She was listening to music right up to the start of the play. I think that's how she concentrates.
Did she go near the glasses or bottle before the performance?
I wasn't watching her the entire time, but if she did go near the set, I think I would have noticed.
I see. Warana was the closest to the victim. That's ample opportunity to commit the crime. But still, how did she add the poison? It couldn't have been during the performance, right? Wait, now that I think about it, right after the lights went dark in that one scene, she went near the shelf to pick up a plate. Her back was toward the audience, so I couldn't see her hands. But she only had 2 or 3 seconds max. Could she have poured hidden poison in the glass in that time? Did she have any other opportunities after? The next time she touched the glasses was during the shuffling scene. But it was Karen who moved the glasses and bottle. She also prepared the poison vial. And plus, after shuffling, Karen was the one who chose the first glass. Given the situation, it'd be difficult for Warana to poison Karen specifically.
Yeah, we also need to look at the, we need to inspect the glasses themselves to see if there's any odd markings, cracks, or anything like that that might serve as some kind of, visual, alert to the killer as to which one was going to, contain the poison. To be safe, because it's a possibility, we should stab Desuhiko at least 90 times in the back. Oh my god. I think the poison wasn't for Karen. That's a possibility as well, but it would definitely feel weird for the killer to leave it all up to chance like that. I think this person knew exactly how they were going to get this done, and they got the intended result. It is a possibility that they didn't care who did it, but something tells me that is not the case.
Before the performance, did you notice anything off about Karen?
Well, I think she was more on edge than usual. She yelled at underclassmen who were late in preparing for the show. She also paced around restlessly. that's not just today. She's been that way since Echo's death. Maybe the whole battle for the lead role had stressed her out. But since she was murdered after Echo, she should be considered another victim, right? She knew someone was out to get her, and it's not strange for her to be mentally unstable.
Karin was more tense than usual prior to the start of the performance. What if it was a failed suicide for the other girl? We don't necessarily, like, we can't rule out any possibilities, but I strongly doubt that as well. From everything that Kurumi had explained about the personalities of the various suspects here, as well as the nature of the school, it seems very cutthroat. And I would not doubt at all that somebody has had it out for several people involved in this club for a while now. The other death, the one of Kurumi's friend, took place 6 months prior to this. So whoever is doing this, if they're the same person, which there's a strong possibility they are not, has been biding their time. And that's the thing, this person is patient, methodical, and does not apparently really give a shit about taking somebody else's life, clearly. So that's what leads me to believe there would be no accidents here. As well as the fact that I do feel that the very violent and public way that Karin was murdered was deliberate as well. I don't have enough to go off of right now to do a psych profile, but right now that's the vibe I'm getting. This is somebody who is methodical and clearly, based on the prior murder, can be sneaky if they want to. And in this case, they definitely did not want to. But again, we're operating under the assumption right now that these killers are one and the same, and there's a good possibility that's not the case, so... What if this is Desuhiko's plan? Killing 2 people and then resolving the case so he can impress a woman in this place. He's guilty. Sounds like a good guy thinks he would get drinks with me later.
The ones fighting for the lead role are Yoshiro, Waruna, and Kurone. None of them seem particularly suspicious so far.
Hey, how long are you gonna keep this up? I'm so over playing 20 questions with this ugly chick.
That reminds me, the lights went dark during the performance, right? The entire hall was blacked out. Wouldn't it be possible for someone to sneak up on stage and place the poison then?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that, but I don't think it's possible.
Why not?
The blackout lasted for only 5 seconds. We measure it each time to ensure there are no mistakes. So someone would have to move through the dark, get on stage, apply the poison, and get away, all in 5 seconds. That sounds impossible to me. If they were in a hurry, their footsteps would have been heard by everyone too.
From the audience, it may be impossible, but what about from the wings?
No, there were multiple club members, including me, in the wings at all times. While the lights are out, we are always on standby to support the actors. If someone went on stage, the other members and I would have noticed.
I guess it's not possible then.
Even an amateur has more logic than you. I guess you're useless without a certain someone.
I mean, that's not really an own. It's important to ask these questions to get the facts first. You have to rule it out. Stage went dark for 5 seconds during the performance. Alright, let's take a look at the glasses. Alright, we will start with the cups.
There are 2 glasses on the table. The props used for the Duel of Poisons cups. I think this glass was supposed to be stored upside down on the shelf in the back. Karin was the victim, but she's also the one who set it on the table. Maybe poison was already applied to the glass beforehand. Hey, do you know who prepared these glasses?
Oh, it's the girls on prop duty. The freshmen are handling them this time.
Do you know where this glass was before it was placed on stage?
Props are kept in the theater club storage. This glass should have been in there too.
The theater club storage? In that case, any club member would have access.
Was real poison applied to the glass?
I just thought it'd be possible. But there's the risk of being caught by applying the poison after it was moved to the set. If poison was applied, it would have been before being brought to the set.
But on days like this, when there's an open rehearsal, props are brought out of storage right after school. The glass should have stayed on that shelf the whole time.
After school... which means it'd be even harder to apply poison before then.
Yes. At the very least, the props in the set were fully prepared at least 1 hour before the performance.
Glasses were placed upside down on the stage shelf at least 1 hour prior to the performance. Okay, so no oddities concerning the actual glasses themselves, so that rules out my theory of a possible visual indicator.
This vial is supposed to have poison in it, according to the script. But it's empty now. It's dry and shows no signs of ever being wet. To be sure, the poison in this vial wasn't real, and it was just another prop, right?
Absolutely. It was always empty. The contents spill easily because of the loose lid, so we don't even keep colored water in it. Cotton just pretended to pour poison from the vial into the glass on stage.
Then it's hard to imagine there being any poison inside it.
Empty from the beginning. It is dry and shows no signs of ever being wet.
There's a wine bottle on the table. Cotton poured the liquid from this bottle and started to suffer after drinking it. Then that means there's a chance the poison was mixed into this bottle. This isn't wine here, right?
Of course not. It's just grape juice. I poured out the bottle and replaced what was inside.
Huh? You, Kurumi?
After class, I was asked to help out before I went to get you. I'm still a theater club member after all.
Were both the wine and grape juice sealed before you swapped them out?
Yes. I received the unopened wine bottle from a club member. I uncorked the bottle and poured the wine down the sink. It's a waste, but we can't drink it anyway. After that, I went to the cafeteria and bought a can of grape juice. Of course, this was also unopened. I poured the juice into the bottle, then put the cork back. I passed the bottle to a club member and my job was done. That bottle was then placed with the glasses on the shelf before the performance.
So you opened it, left it unattended, and anybody could have gotten to it in that period between when you were fetching the grape juice and when you were pouring it inside the bottle. Good to know.
I see. With so many people around, poison couldn't be added to the bottle after it was placed on stage. If poison was mixed in, it'd be before it was brought on stage.
Why did it do that? Okay, this one. Bottle doesn't contain wine but grape juice. Kurumi made the switch. Before she went to go see Yuma, fellow theater club members asked Kurumi to help after school. She was handed an unopened wine bottle that she opened and emptied, pouring the wine into the sink. She then poured a can of grape juice that she bought at the cafeteria into the bottle. What if it was Kurumi? I do think it's a possibility. Like I said, this could be There could be several motives for it, but right now I'm not necessarily leaning in that direction. You just can't rule it out quite yet. That's about all I can tell you. Good luck with the investigation. I guess everything on the table is done.
There's a script on the floor.
That's a script of the play. Someone must have dropped it in all the chaos.
The script describes the Duel of Poisoned Cups scene. The character Natasha, played by Cotton, is supposed to take the wine and glasses from the shelf. After that, the glasses are shuffled on stage. According to the script...
Anatoly shuffles glasses. Note, make sure the audience cannot see the glasses. Natasha also shuffles in a similar way. I am ready. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. If they rehearsed this to shuffle in like the exact same way, then there would be a way to calculate who would end up with the poisoned glass, regardless of how it would seem random by the shuffling.
After that, Cotton takes the first glass, and they both drink at the same time. Unfortunately, Cotton's glass turned out to actually be poisoned. Kurumi, I was wondering about this script. It says, make sure the audience cannot see the glasses. Why is that?
It's to make the result feel unpredictable to the audience. If the glasses are visible, no matter how fast they are shuffled, the audience can see which one has the poison.
The script doesn't say anything about how many times to shuffle the glasses, or which one will have the poison in it.
Exactly. There's no poison to begin with, so it doesn't matter which one's picked. You just pick any glass and act out your death after drinking. In the script, Cotton was to die. But I didn't think she'd actually die.
I see. Since the instructions aren't precise, both actresses don't know the results from shuffling either.
Okay. Damn, all those fancy equipments, but no cameras whatsoever.
I don't think there's anything on this side. My place is among the gentry, so these don't suit my palate.
I'm sure they don't,
There's no point in
Shinigami.
going that way.
She mentioned that the catwalk for adjusting the lights is up above. Are those the stairs to reach them?
Would you like to go check up there?
Yeah, I would. The spotlights for the stage are set over there. It's a lot narrower than I thought. It's pretty high up.
Yeah. It'd be hard on anyone with the fear of heights.
So you can move the lights as needed for the play. The table is directly below, which means you can't see the glasses getting shuffled from the audience seats, but they could have been visible from up here. I could find out for sure if I could talk to someone that was up here.
There are multiple spotlights for the stage on the catwalk. The walkway itself is narrow and high enough that it's not easily accessible. Maybe that's all the investigating I can do. Alright, I guess that's it.
Well, I think I've checked all that I can for now. I have a good idea of how things work around here.
Thank you for the hydrate.
It seems certain Cotton died from drinking poison, but I couldn't find any clues that point to how it was done.
Oh, stuck already, Mr. Pervert Detective? If you need my adorable angel's whisper to help, maybe you should get on your knees and beg.
What angel? You're a death god. I shouldn't even pay attention to her. But she's right. I'm stuck. What should I do?
Yuma, if you're done with the crime scene investigation, are you conducting the questioning next?
Questioning?
Aren't you going to talk to Yoshiko, Marina, Kurane, and the others?
Okay, so right off the bat, one thing I'm gonna say. She's leading things a lot. Which is very suspicious.
Oh, right. Let's go and talk to them.
She's such a loudmouth.
But how do we talk to them? I doubt they'll be too willing to share anything with me. I joined the club only recently, so they don't trust me. And you're a complete outsider, Yuma. Even though you're disguised as a cute girl right now.
That's it! A disguise! Maybe this could work if we use Desuhiko's disguise. He could disguise as any of the girls and start questioning them.
Oh boy.
The Peacekeepers?
Aw, they're here already.
That woman, she was the one with that Yomi guy.
I am the Amaterasu Peacekeepers Vice Director, the trusted right hand, showered with love by Director Yomi himself.
Not something to be proud
of. Goodness me, you've surely done something reckless this time around.
Whoops. Looks like she found out you snuck into a girls' school. I think this deserves the death penalty, don't you?
There's a reason why I'm dressed this way.
What are you doing? Hurry up and make the arrest.
Wait, I can explain!
Huh? What?
You have no right to remain silent. You have no right to talk to a lawyer either. You only possess two rights. Confess the truth, and beg Amaterasu Corporation for mercy. Take her away.
Hey! What's going on?
Please, wait!
Are you sure you want to try and stop Amaterasu Peacekeeper Vice Director Martina?
Yeah. Tell me, why are you taking Kurumi?
To arrest her, naturally. On the suspicion of murdering Karin.
Huh?
What? Why would I do that?
We have reached this conclusion following an interrogation of a person of interest. According to them, you were responsible for handling the contents of the wine bottle prior to the start of play.
I think it's bedtime. This vampire has eyes, no stay open. Have a great rest of your night, Wilby. Thank you so much for being here. I will be stopping very shortly anyway. It would be neat if they were right this time. Yeah, there's a possibility that they are correct, but they're undoubtedly working with faulty information as they just don't care.
It's clear you took the opportunity to pour poison inside it.
It was only grape juice. I didn't add any poison.
Besides, where would she even get poison from?
Ms. Martina, this was discovered in the chemistry lab.
Oh, it appears my deduction was correct. The poison was right under our noses.
The existence of poison on the campus does not mean... Never mind, they're idiots.
It seems to have been a particularly potent one.
Yeah, no shit. Karin exploding into a paste of blood would give one that impression. Fucking idiots.
The label warns that even a small amount ingested can result in death.
Yeah, like poison.
The bottle is unsealed, and some of the liquid is missing. There's no mistake.
Oh my god, they're so stupid. They're so stupid.
You secretly stole this from the chemistry lab and used it for murder, didn't you?
I don't know anything about it.
That bottle is way too big to be stolen without anyone noticing.
What a worthless comment. One could simply unseal it in the chemistry lab and put the substance in a smaller container to take wherever desired, which could then be directly poured into the wine bottle.
If you're gonna pick a fight, you better have sound logic backing you up.
Yeah, that was a weird thing to say, Yuma.
This is the last time I'll do this for you. There's a warning on the bottle. This chemical will react to oxygen in open air, rendering it harmless 30 minutes after the bottle is unsealed.
Huh? After 30 minutes, it becomes harmless?
If you think that's important, go for broke and try pointing it out.
I'm curious about what's written on the bottle's warning label.
Warning label. This chemical will react to oxygen in open air, rendering it harmless 30 minutes after the bottle is unsealed. It has been 30 minutes since the murder occurred. If this chemical was unsealed at the time of the crime, it will have already lost its potency. Let us check. Nothing. It seems likely that this poison was used as the murder weapon.
What a shame. So close.
Which means the crime was possible only for someone at the school with access to the chemistry lab. However, this fact does not contradict her being the killer.
Wait, no!
I am well aware that many of Etheria Academy's students are children of those affiliated with Amaterasu Corporation. However, that cannot be used as an excuse to bend the truth. Criminals must be punished as criminals.
Said the dipshit criminal.
For that is justice. Now be gone. Any additional interference, and you'll be arrested as well. Take her away, and dispose of the corpse on stage before it rots.
They always say that.
Corpses spoil so quickly due to the rain and humidity in this town.
Why? There must be a mistake. It wasn't me.
That's right, she's not the killer. Please, listen to me.
I warned you not to interfere any further.
She swapped out the contents of the bottle before the play began. And the incident occurred more than 30 minutes into the play. If the chemical used in the crime becomes harmless after 30 minutes, then it's impossible for her to be the culprit.
I see. How logical and beautiful. There is beauty in being logical with all things, much like the golden ratio. Like gazing upon a flawless art piece, and the more delicate it appears,
God, she's a weirdo too.
the more excited I become envisioning the moment I pulverize it!
Well, there it is.
Huh?
Logic is meaningless in the face of ultimate power! It is nothing but a glass ornament beneath an iron hammer! No! I'm so excited.
Okay, I wasn't asking. But good to know, lady.
What's with her?
I guess all the Peacekeeper higher-ups are perverts without exception.
Now, my soft and fragile-looking student, your play acting as a detective is over.
Play acting?
If you intend to continue interfering with our justice, then you will be pulverized.
Help me, Yuma!
Yuma? I've heard that name somewhere.
Oh, Kurumi, why did you do that?
No, never mind. I don't know a little girl like you.
Play acting as a detective? She's right. What am I doing?
This is not the time for this.
I've mistaken detectives for superheroes. Justice is a matter of opinion. With enough conviction, anything can be considered justice. It's only an assumption, completely worthless and completely powerless.
Hey, I told you all students must wait on the lower level. Stop wandering around and go join the others.
You didn't tell me anything.
Kurumi was taken away. What should I do? Do I just walk away as if nothing happened? No, I can't do that. Kurumi believed in me. She said that detectives are heroes. I'm no hero, but I'm the only one who can save her right now. I have to do something. The truth is still hidden. To discover the truth behind this case, and to find out who the real killer is, I need Desuhiko's help. I need his disguise ability to get information from the club members.
Alright. Let's go ahead and make a save. Alright. Okay. Good stream. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I am invested. I really can't wait to really truly get to the meat of the investigation. Can't wait to talk to the rest of them and see what's all they were doing and what their opinions were of the murder and things like that. Can't wait to truly get into this. I've said it before, but this game is fantastic. It is just such a joy to play. There is truly nothing else like it, and God, I really want there to be a sequel. I'm so glad that it's a long game and I still have quite a bit more to go. That makes me very happy. But yes, thank you all for being here today. It was nice to be able to do this after I was supposed to be here yesterday. My intent is to stream tomorrow as well, although I do have something going on. Multiple things going on, actually, so whether I'm able to or not is going to depend on how all of that goes, so I will keep you all updated as usual via the Discord server or Blue Sky. So be on the lookout for that. Now let me see if I can find who is on. Wish you luck with it all. Thank you so much, Emerald. And Naka, thank you both. God, they keep changing. They keep changing the way that this looks on mobile. It's very annoying. Okay, finally. Alright, who is online? Quite a few choices. I will try to finish what I doodled tomorrow, maybe. Well, I can't wait to see it, if you'd be willing to share it. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you for the head pats, Naka. Alright, I think we're gonna end up raiding into Metal Angel Gali. She is currently playing Bioshock 2, which is a very good game. So yes, I will leave all of you in her care. Okay. Alright, got that all set up. Sorry about that. They changed the Twitch app around, so I'm like trying to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly, but I think I've got it correct. But yes, thank you all for being here. Alright, I will keep on doing the Adriana art later on. Well, I can't wait to see that, Naka. It is funny, there's something I keep wanting to say, but I don't want to spoil it, but anyway. And yes, I will go eat, so thank you. But yes, I will go ahead and start that raid now. You already know our raid message is Hallie Raid, and 2 emotes of your choice. And there we go. Please have a great rest of your night or morning, everyone, wherever in the world you may be. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate all of you. And hopefully I will be seeing you again tomorrow. I don't want to make any promises, but we'll see how it goes. And yes, please have a great rest of your night. As always, stay spellbound.